internet if it behaves itself. Hello, everybody.
It could happen.
I know Tuesday's show at the end was a shit show, but the internet seems to be behaving itself, and I seem to have fixed whatever goddamn problem was going on back then. So, welcome back to Voarcel, Season 3, Session 0. Why it's a Session 0 is because we have some new characters who'll be joining our happy bunch. So then, Dungeon Master Devillo, would you like to tell us a story?
It would be my pleasure. And yes, it's been a while. Yeah. First game of the year. Oof. Yeah. So, hi. My name's Dennis. That's my crime, solves my punishments, and this is my crazy ass little world. This is the world of Voarcel. And this is where most of our story is going to be taking place. This is a little place referred to by some as the Coxian Combine. It's a series of continents and islands which make up a fairly major, trade dealership. It's where most of the story has been taking place so far. For example, pretty much everything that we have done so far has been taking place over in this little portion here. A region on the Crux, the main continent, known as the Forge Lands. Basically, it is the home of very, large dwarven population, halflings, gnomes, that kind of thing. Plenty of humans too, of course. Humans are everywhere. You just can't escape the buggers. But yeah, and the particular thing about the Forge Lands for our new players is the best way to describe it would be kind of a New Zealand or a Switzerland or Norwegian type place. Very beautiful fields, very picturesque, very very natural, because the majority of the industry in this land is done underground. In the Forge Lands itself, deep underground tunnels filled with all kinds of strange, mysterious steampunk type things. But for the moment, that's not really what we're looking at, because every place in the world has its more it's less traveled road. It's off the beaten path kind of area. And the Spectral Coast, where our players have been spending most of their time, is exactly that. The city of Cusvel Grim is the main area of adventure that we've been exploring. Previously, our heroes, if you wish to use that word, led by the bard, the tiefling, the Jurnis Springsinger, had been travelling towards the city so she can deal with a personal matter, shall we say. On the way, the town of Hacksmith, not Slick, because the DM forgot the name of his own town. It was Hacksmith that got destroyed. Yeah, basically, on a rather luxurious Zeppelin ride, the Zeppelin was attacked and downed, and the entire village of Hacksmith, the trading port, was destroyed, pretty much nuked by... you can't quite remember. They seem to have some kind of mechanical flying device. There were a bunch of kobolds and some sort of weird dragonborn type thing. But other than that, the details are just a little fuzzy. But anyway, you got to the city of Cusvelgrim properly, and you interacted with a bunch of the locals in a fairly memorable way. Pretty much from the word go, Jurnis and her friends run afoul of a group of dwarven first individuals called the Renro Riders. This dwarves first group takes great issue in the inclusion of lesser races, such as the Ratfolk Veril and the Free Undead. Through some very convoluted and violent political encounters, Jurnis and the group were able to deal with them for the most part, and then so along the way they met up with a couple of shall I say bounty hunters, freelancers. You see, the thing is with the city of Cruzwell Grim, the city guard can only do so much. For the jobs that they frankly don't want to do, they leave that to the wardens, a bunch of freelance mercenaries that are loosely underneath the city. Two such mercenaries were Skullface, the goblin gunslinger, and his rookie associate, Ang, the tabaxi monk. Joining the group, they were able to deal with the riders, and along with their other associate and fellow warden by the name of Miss Courtesy, the party went on a couple of misadventures, one of which involved a rather personal job for Miss Courtesy. You see, her mistress, a tiefling by the name of Christina Forbrider, she had been... the best way to describe this, she had been inconvenienced in terms of being alive.
She came down with a bad case of death.
She came down with a very bad case of death. However, she wouldn't let that keep her down, and so she hired the party to perform a little service for her, which was to go to the town that her family basically own, also named Forbrider, go to her estate, find her brother and sister, and remove them from the picture. Do you want to explain how exactly you did that, Mr. Skullface?
Well, we did that with the aid of some rather quick thinking in terms of bullshitting our way into their house to look at the tapestries, with the help of Miss Springsinger distracting and basically getting into the good graces of Miss Forbrider. Skullface was able to plant what is basically a nail bomb in her workshop. The orchestrates over two siblings are together, and the bomb went off.
There also happened to be an existing bomb that she was working on in the workshop that just made the boom bigger.
Oh no, it didn't. That didn't go off.
No,
Skullface,
Pretty sure
Skullface
that bomb went
made...
off.
No, it didn't, because Skullface made it specifically so the only thing that would come out of his bomb would be the nails, bits of scrap.
Yeah, if that bomb had gone off, the entire building and a good chunk of the grounds would disappear, because this was not the first time you've seen a bomb like this.
Oh, fair enough.
Previously, it's all good. It's been a year. It has been a year. Previously, the previous time you saw this particular type of bomb was in the town of Grimscar, which is basically the lower half of the city of Cruzwell Grim. Apparently, the Forbriders, or at least Elizabeth Forbrider, she had been hired to provide a weapon of mass destruction for the riders, because they were very keen on wiping out a major goblin populated area. and this was basically how you kind of got on. You basically put two and two together that they were the ones who manufactured the weapon, though you're not exactly certain who exactly hired her. You believe it was the Riders, but we can get to that in the future. So,
Thought we did.
having
We exposed him, didn't we?
refresh my memory.
It was the Lord.
yeah,
He basically wanted to try and provoke a race war between the goblins and the dwarves so that he could grab power.
Yes, a dwarven noble by the name of Lord Victor Grey.
Yeah.
That was the guy.
You managed to capture his wife, a halfling, who pretty much shocked him and everybody else after you left her alone for an hour with Skullface's patron, Margot.
Auntie Margot.
Auntie Margot. So, that is the story so far, pretty much. But we're not worried so much about that right now. At the moment, we are going to be focusing on something a little bit... Whoop, too early, 1 second. Oop. Shouldn't have gone on that one yet. The computer's been the... Anyway, so... Meanwhile, let's see, who are we going to focus on first? Also, by the way, Cream.
Yes, I'm
Hello.
here.
by the way.
Hi, Cream.
Yes.
Hi, I'm finally home.
Hey,
I
how's it
adore
going?
your user icon. It's adorable.
Wait,
Yeah.
which one? The Discord or the in-game?
The Discord
It's
or the in-game. The in-game.
Wait.
yeah, it's pretty cute. It's got a little blep and everything. So sweet.
What?
Oh.
Yep.
But yes, so
Adorable.
what we're going to do is, because I don't actually have a map of the town of Fabrida itself, there's a couple of different things that I need to do here. So I think what we'll do is we're going to start with the new people. We will get to Cream and their characters shortly. Before we do that, again, session 0. This is a lot less formal and this is a lot more off the rails than our usual games. Promise, it will be better next week. Cream, were you able to set up your audio, your Sirenscape and everything yet?
No, I have not. I'm not sure if I'm going to at the moment.
Okay, that's absolutely fine. Yeah, just so for future reference, we're going to have all of our music is going to be played through Sirenscape as opposed to the usual Roll20 jukebox. Because
you told me before.
yeah. Oh no, this is for the stream. This is for just so everybody
right.
understands what's going on.
I forgot
Because
the stream.
it's not a
Who's
problem.
the stream?
The stream is everyone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where's the link?
We are the stream. That would be twitch.tv/JurnisPlays.
I copy into player
Right, yes.
chat.
Oh wait, I forgot. I'm already subscribed.
Yay!
Wait, am I? You popped up on my list. Oh, I guess maybe I didn't hit the button. You were on my
Yay.
list though.
I think Jurnis is on many people's lists for different reasons.
Hey.
Hidden
I have
amongst
passed
the bottom.
Several government background checks. Thank you very much.
Jurnis
So
is
am I.
hidden amongst the bottom, amongst the wonderful 100+ people, but amongst the favorites of the smaller of the Switch streams.
Yay.
Yay.
Okay, so yeah, we are going to get to your character in a little while, Cream. But first of all, we're going to introduce Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Mo. Let's go with Kuba.
Yep.
Kuba! So, let me just bring up some of the notes and everything. would you like to describe a little bit about your character and what they are all about?
Sure, I can do that. Hot second. Boop. Right, so for Voarcel Season 3 and maybe other seasons after it, I will be playing Icarus the Phoenix, an Oath of Vengeance paladin who follows the Church of Sepsis.
And for those of you, I'm so sorry.
No, you first. Go on, fill them in.
Yeah. For those of you who were watching in the previous games and everything, that particular priest, Father Stuttgart, the obnoxious dwarf who thinks that all these tieflings are hell-blooded scum. He was a priest of Sepsis.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Well,
So that's good.
Very.
We'll just get on famously.
Indeed, my dear. So yeah, he's an Arakakra, and he hails from Tugaval in the mountain kingdom of Jabal Harris.
Mm-hmm.
Funnily enough, despite his association with the Church of Sepsis, he is one of Queen Tugas's diplomatic envoys, known affectionately as roaches, on account of their chitinous armor. So, rather unlike this dwarven fellow, whose mouth ran pretty hot, he's a bit more, shall we say, tempered in his pursuits of purging the undead filth from the land.
Yeah, I mean, he still wants to purge the undead and everything, but at least he's not being a dick about it.
Absolutely, he's just waiting for the mask to slip. It's not him that needs convincing. It's the public. It's the common man. I mean, when they finally stop pretending to be actual people, Icarus will be there to purge them in purifying fire, and they'll be so grateful.
This is beautiful, Cooper. I love it.
Me too.
So, here we go. Let me actually, now that I'm starting to get everything put together, let's actually get the music right, because I have something set up for him.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
There we go. Yeah, it's like, I think I need another 2 monitors on top of the 2 I already have to have all the different things set up when I'm running this game. I don't know how you guys do it with just like the regular system.
I do
I
just
have
one,
4.
so...
I have just one on a laptop, and I basically say to you all, hold on a second while I make sure that, that's not how any of this works.
I have 4.
I have 2 monsters, so it's nowhere near enough. I want to be like Terry Pratchett and have 6.
Yeah.
He had 8, I thought. I thought he had 8.
Oh, wow.
Dungeon Master,
Yes, ma'am.
just to let you know that you actually do have a song playing on the jukebox in the game.
Do I? Oh,
Yeah.
son of a bitch. Really? Oh my gosh. That should not be... I think that's a holdover from... Come on.
Last time.
It's
Yeah.
possible
It
that
is
you
very
have a play on load selected for whenever you switch maps.
I will do my best to fix that. In fact, let me just... Session
It's
zero.
It's creating a very Stravinsky kind of vibe, though.
Okay,
Very
so...
rite of spring.
So, Roll20 has been kind of running really slow for me today. And so it is, I'm stabbing the jukebox button with every fibre of my mouse clicking button. And it is taking its sweet-ass time to get to that tab.
Irritatingly, something's happened to the Sirenscape player.
I have paused
Oh,
Sirenscape.
okay.
So
Okay, I
we
thought Roll20 had fucked with it or something.
It's fucking with me, alright. Okay, so... Yeah, tell you what. Let's just play on load none. And I'm gonna have to do this for every single one. But yes, play on load none. It's because... No, that's not... And was it you? It was you! You did this to me.
Dun.
It was the city of Cusrell Green. Well, tell you what, I'm just going to nuke the city. How's that? All those NPCs, all those characters you met, they're done.
I thought we'd
Okay.
save the city.
Come on, Devillo. This isn't a Hollywood sequel.
Yes.
I do actually need
Yeah, I
to
gotta-
find my Jurnis voice again. It's literally just Irina. But it was Jurnis first.
No, that's a little higher pitch than Irina. The way you test it is say as like Irina and then say as like Jurnis. Then you'll have it.
As. Well,
Yeah, there is a little difference there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
Irina's
need to,
lower. Irina's lower pitched.
Yeah, I can't need to get
Irina-
back into Scarface's voice.
Irina tends to say as with either scolding or affection, so there is a bit of a difference there.
I always figured it was just
Sometimes
both at the same time.
My mum's gonna kill me when she finds out about that bomb.
Alright.
Just don't tell about the bomb.
Yeah.
Unsafe town.
I think we
But
already
if using
did
a-
speak to your mother about that. Didn't we mention it
Yeah.
on our way out
Did we?
of the group?
I think you might have. Yeah, I mean,
Gave
it's
her
not.
the detonator.
Oh yeah. I was like, hey, I remember I was busy concentrating on the other bomb.
Some days you just can't get rid of a bomb altogether.
Some days you just can't get rid of a bomb.
Okay, so for the moment, I actually can't stop. I can't get on the jukebox tab for whatever reason because Roll20 is a well-made, well-designed service. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get clever. So here's a little tip for all you DMs who are trying to use Roll20. Have a map and set the music because there's a thing on the bottom that says play on load. Have one of your maps say, instead of just saying no music, have it say none, but stop all tracks.
Oh.
So, when we do this, that music should be stopped.
Okay, that's a neat trick. Gotta remember that.
Yeah. So, we're going to head back over to the map that was causing us problems. Is that playing music now?
Nope.
No.
No.
Okay, we are saved, children. And there we go. So yeah, this is going to be a very chaotic episode, but you're going to learn. We are learning together. Anyway, back to the kingdom of Jabal Hari. And we are, or Jabal Haris, whatever you want to pronounce it.
I'd rather have the official pronunciation, so Yabal Hari. Okay.
Jabal Hari. So,
Hari.
are you actually going to do what I want you to do? I have forgotten what the key binding is.
What are you trying to do?
Oh, and one little thing I neglected to mention in my little description is that Icarus has an iron mask on one half of his face. Just a neat little detail that may or may not be important.
So he's the Arakocra in the iron mask.
Yes.
He's the macaw in the iron macask.
Exactly.
Really,
You're gonna
once I had the idea of once my mind just came up with an Aarakocra in an iron mask, I was like, okay, yeah, no, I have to play this character.
The parrot in the plaster of Paris. That'd be the Phantom.
Oh, there we go. Thank you, Roll20. My gosh. I had the right key binding, but everything was just lagging so badly. Anyway,
Ooh.
the mountain kingdom of Jabal Hari is home to a bunch of different races. While a lot of the regions, the desert regions around the area from the Northern Union and the more grassland southern region of places like the Forge Lands and the Coalition, there's a large portion of goblins, Grendel, the half-troll folk, Goliaths, Furbolg, many mountain-dwelling races. The queen, as you have mentioned, is a Grendel. Very rare for a half-troll to be such a highly prominent figure as she is. But the queen, she is a half Grendel. She's a half troll, Queen Tugas, half hobgoblin. Bright, tall, deep wine-coloured skin. These beautiful flowing black robes, very Egyptian-themed, long flowing dress. Covered in gold jewelry, gold rings. And you, along with all your other roaches in your bright scarlet chitinous armor, you are all grouped around the throne room, waiting for her to address you all. So I want you all to know that out of all of those who submitted, to become part of my roaches, you are the best. Each and every one of you is an extension of my will. I need you to go forth into the land, to our neighbors, those who do not exactly see eye to eye with us, those who may despise us. And I want you all to be the best that you can. To show... Yes, thank you. Yes, there is a bit of a Nez vibe there. Thank you, Nicola.
I was going to say, what the fuck am I doing here?
There's only so many voices the DM can do. But yes, I need you to be the voice of our people, to show that we are not some simple mountain-dwelling nation, that we are a valuable part of this land. So go forth, do my will, be my face, and help bring the word of Tugral to the world. She snaps her fingers, and one of the attendants, a tabaxi woman, she claps her hands and she starts calling out different names, sending your fellow roaches off to different cities, different lands, all over the place. The Union, Coalition, up north, the Wildlands, everywhere along the continent. Eventually, the attendant comes over to you, Icarus. You are the Phoenix, yes. Icarus, yes?
Yes. That. Sorry, I've lost Icarus's voice. I had it, now I need to remember it. Yes, that would be me. Where is my assignment?
Well, we have reason to believe that, there is going to be some political dissonance with the Spectral Coast. It is the region to the far east of the Forge Lands, mainly dwarven ruins, that kind of thing. While usually the minor political climate it does not affect us that much, we prefer to at least try and offer a token of support to make sure that the land does not descend into a civil war. The people there are dissatisfied, while the forge itself is wealthy and prosperous. We notice the neglect that the eastern coast receives, and in the past, we have seen how that can lead to trouble that can spread across multiple lands. We need you to go to one of the major cities, either Siomir, Casvelgrim, somewhere like that. And as you have been trained, do the Queen's will. There is one thing you should know about the city, though. It is one of those grey cities, permitted residence for the undead. She fixes you with a very keen look.
Yeah.
We in this kingdom do not necessarily hunt down those who are undead, but we do not offer them residence as other lands do. We know that you have a particular appreciation for dealing with them, and while we do not want you to go out of your way to seek hostile action, the Queen believes that you would be suited should the worst happen, and these creatures arise and terrorize the living people. We would very much appreciate it if one of our own was there on the front lines, protecting the people from the undead.
But of course, protecting the people from the undead menace is my greatest order of business. So you could be assured I won't go making messes, but I will most definitely be cleaning them up, should it come to that.
Thank you. We appreciate you understanding the distinction between the two. Tabaxi woman gives you a nod. There is one more thing. The Queen has had a guest recently, a visitor from one of our other allied kingdoms. She has been making a pilgrimage across the coalition, all the different kingdoms of the Crux, offering aid. And yes, that is absolutely correct, Dee. That is the correct name. She needs to make her way to the city of Casvelgrim herself, and we would appreciate it if you were to provide an escort for this person on your travels.
But of course, I see no reason why that would be an issue whatsoever.
Good. Between the two of us, she lowers her voice a little bit, more conspiratorially. This individual is a little bit of, well, what I would consider a snob. They are somewhat difficult in person, despite their reputation. So we would appreciate it if you were to be on your best behavior. Remember, you are the face of Yabalhari, the Queen herself.
But of course, my pledge to the Queen is my highest duty.
She nods in appreciation, and she will lead you out of the main hall into a fairly luxurious part of the palace. It's got this beautiful vista. And again, to clarify, the main palace in the kingdom that you're in, it's basically most of this is built into the side of the mountain. Parts of it have been carved out, but there's also these great stone pillars and wooden structures that are built into the side. It's a beautiful vista. Grey open skies, fairly warm climate, fairly arid. Every now and then you see like the breeze, desert breeze coming from the north that sometimes passes through. And yes, Jurnis, I know, right? This is not a very tactful tabaxi, you may have noticed. She's like the major domo. She gets the job done, but she's a little bit. She's not really a people person. She kind of just has to interact with, do all the menial work. But anyway, she leads you over to this fairly luxurious, viewing platform. And you are brought face to face with a seemingly human woman. She's dressed in fairly simple dark robes, this sort of like a Victorian-esque, very simple dress. She has silver grey hair in a tight ponytail, tight bun wrapped around the top of her head. And she turns to look at you with a raised eyebrow. Is this my escort? It is, Lady Nim. And you are introduced to a humanoid person, as you are introduced to someone by the name of Dr. Lilius Nim.
Uh-huh.
Yes. So,
Can I just say,
Yeah.
you can. You absolutely can.
Yeah.
So,
Oh dear,
Well-
oh dear.
while that meeting is going on, meanwhile, back in the Union itself, over here, Shamiz, you have been. Let's see if we can actually get Roll20 to work. There we go. You are currently passing through the. Nope. There we go. Thank you. Roll20. Why are you like this? So, Shamiz, you have been passing through, your old hometown, or rather your old home country, after your somewhat frustrating and somewhat fruitless journey. You've been part of a small caravan now that you are able to travel in such a way. The people that are on the caravan have been fairly, regular, boring, mundane. What have you been doing on the travel? Have you been interacting with anyone? Have you been making use of your recent change in circumstance to strike up conversation? Or have you just been, doing your own thing? Sticking to the back of the cart, so to speak.
Shamiz has been not being impersonable. She is hesitantly speaking to others, not making a big deal of getting to know people for the time being. She's mostly been sitting in the back, talking to herself, it would seem.
And anything in particular that she's been saying?
Yes. Well, my friend, here we are again. Desert, salt.
There are far worse places,
And I'm wondering how many of them I'm going to have to visit.
Well, we
before
have
this is
time.
over.
It's entirely up to you. I'm just giving you suggestions.
Of course it's up to me.
You're in control.
Don't forget it.
Of course. Just suggestions. But you must admit, it's nice to look back on what you've come from and truly understand how much you've outgrown it.
That much is true. I want to see something else. The time on the islands was too brief. I just don't like being back in desert.
Patience is a virtue. We have just one more stop, and then something new. I promise you.
One more stop.
Just one more.
I can see you laughing.
It's nothing malicious, I assure you.
Of course not.
I'd never laugh at you, my friend.
I'm not laughing either, my friend.
Good. So that goes on for the better part of a week or two. We will cut back to them a little later. Meanwhile, we are actually going to head over to the city of Cuswell Grim. Now, the general tone of the city at the moment is one of cautious optimism, especially since the recent riots in regards to the riders. The attacks on various businesses and everything seem to have died down. And you have... one moment. Characters. The DM is so organized today. I've actually lost your character. Cream, please, I'm so sorry while I try and find them. What is your character again, Cream?
Its name is Tahu.
Tahu, thank you so much. So
I put Cream in parentheses next to it.
Thank you. There we go. Yeah. Sorry, I've got so many different tabs open. There we go. There, I got him now. So Tahu. How long exactly would you say Tahu has been living in this city?
Few years.
Okay. Yeah, you've seen things every now and then, violence flares up. It's a city, things happen. But the past few weeks have been pretty crazy. The riots have been bad, and I just realized in hindsight that, oh my gosh, 2020. Not intentional. But yeah. As a member of the Orga Sanctum, the exclusive private school for the wealthy and the gifted, usually you guys have your ear fairly close to the ground in regards to what's going on. And you've picked up from your various professors and associates that the faction known as the Renville Riders has recently been cut off at the head, quite literally. A small political coup where the Riders were basically being used as a distraction was dealt with by a couple of the city's wardens, the mercenary group. Recently, though, you have noticed that the leadership of the Orga Sanctum has become a little bit distracted. Strange orders that don't make much sense have been passed around the organization. And it's one of those kind of days that you get pulled into a small, quiet side office in the school building. And a fairly, well, not super elderly, gentleman in his mid-60s, very dark glasses, thin pencil moustache, and a clearly sword cane stick in his hand, bids you take a seat. You know this individual. This is Jasper Wilberforce de Smythe. Not so much a teacher, more one of the school's fixers. He's one of the people who gets things done behind the scenes. And in return, you, in the past, have been one of the people who does things for him. So thank you for joining me, my friend. Are you well? Do you need anything?
I'll shake my head.
Okay, good. So, I have a little bit of a job for you to do. There are a group of individuals, they're currently en route towards a town, a little ways away up to the, I'd say the north west, named Febrida. You might find a river barge is the best way to go. Would you be able to record a message for me to play just to them and no one else?
I nod my head.
That is appreciated. Don't record just yet. I know this is a little awkward. I know we've done this a couple of times, but the last time the headmaster said you gave him a message that was 5 minutes of me thinking about what to say to him, and while he appreciated the humor of the situation, I'd rather we don't have that again. But anyway, he basically goes on to describe in detail the group that you need to track down. A red tiefling woman, late 20s, early 30s. A short goblin male, potentially wearing a skull-faced mask. Has several armaments, pistols on him. A tall, well-dressed tabaxi gentleman in some kind of like monk vestments. A small, grey-skinned gnome, a tall, pale-skinned humanoid woman, potentially an elf. He's not exactly sure. And also a goblin woman with, a shaved side cut. So, this is the thing that I need you to do. I need you to give them this message. And if possible, I'd appreciate it if you were to keep an eye on them for a while. I might be a little unavailable. Things are... How do I put this? Afoot. You know... the new boy. And he gives you a look. You remember that in the past week or so, there has been a new member to the college, a blue-skinned tiefling. You never really caught his name, but from the moment he got here, he seems to have been spending a lot of time with the headmaster of the college. Well, a few of us are currently working on... how do I put this? We have concerns. He's spending a lot of time with the headmaster. The headmaster is absolutely fine with this, but is not giving us any kind of insight into what is going on. And so, since this individual came here alongside this red tiefling, I'd appreciate it if you were to keep a close eye on her. see if they interact in any way, see if she knows anything. Honestly, I don't know for sure if it was just a happenstance or anything, but I would like to have eyes on her, if you understand.
Nod my head.
Good man, I appreciate that. So, this is the message I need you to send. And he gives you the message, which might come up later. So, while all that's going on, let's see. Oh my gosh, roll 20, behave. I say, let's see. So, on the road through the Forge Lands, Icarus,
Yes.
you and your traveling companion, Dr. Nim,
Dr. Nim.
you have been at this for about for a couple of days now. It's been a fairly quiet path. Not much has really been going on. You have some transport. You've been able to get your hands on, some horses, which work really well on the, the tight roads.
Oh, yes.
Have you tried to make any kind of conversation with this fairly austere-looking woman in the meantime?
Not really, no. Icarus is basically going to be, strictly business about this affair. He'll be polite and he'll, check on how she's doing, but beyond that, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you get the in fact, tell you what, let's actually start with our first roll of the game. Give me a insight check.
Here we go.
First roll, an hour in.
20.
Hey, that's a good one. Okay, yeah. You can tell that she appreciates the lack of small talk.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a history check as well while you're at it.
Sure.
Let's get those 20s out of the way early.
There we go.
With a 9. I would say, given where you live, the general culture of Jabal Hari, it's not really, you wouldn't really have heard of her so much. You do know that the Queen was excited to have this woman as a guest, so she's clearly someone important.
Oh, yes.
You have picked up that she is some kind of healer, some medical type person, but other than that, you have no idea. But you do pick up with your insight that she does appreciate the lack of interaction, the professionalism. She is not someone who is in the mood for small talk or anything.
Mm-hmm. Feelings mutual, and so is the appreciation of silence.
Yeah. Okay. As you have been heading through the mountain passes and you're starting to get into the Forgelands proper, it'd be an idea if I actually had a little token so you guys know exactly where you are.
Cool.
So you bear with me a moment and I can do just that. Click and a boop and a boop and a beep. There you go. So you guys, I would say, are round about this area here. You're coming towards you've just left the border of your kingdom. You're in the very northern edge of the Forgelands, still in the highlands and everything, moving down towards your destination.
Mm-hmm.
What is your passive perception?
My passive perception is... Oh, so used to the normal, there it is. 12.
A 12. Okay. Eventually, while she does appreciate the bluntness, the quiet and everything, You can tell she's starting to get a little bit bored. And she turns to you on her horse and says, "So, what exactly is your purpose in all this? I only understand the roach thing loosely."
My purpose, Madam Nim, is to basically be the face and voice of the Queen. And on top of that, with my affiliation with the Church of Asepsis, keep a watchful eye on the undead horde. Just waiting for them to slip and reveal themselves to the monsters they truly are.
How very interesting. So, you have a, shall we say, a professional, a passion for the undead threat.
But of course, it is how I was raised. It was what I was taught to believe in, and I most certainly do. After all, these are just like meat puppets masquerading as former loved ones. This is a cruel joke played on the people. I understand people's attachment to those who have gone, so I cannot just go charging in, sword flaming. They will not take kindly to that, so I just have to be patient, bide my time, and strike when the people will know that they are at most risk.
Truly a noble soul. She gives you a thin smile. The undead do have applications, though. It's fascinating when you think about it. Flesh that refuses to end. If only we understood them a little better. Not that I have any desire to become one, clearly. I much prefer being alive.
Immediate insight check.
Please,
If I may.
absolutely. She is a fairly cagey individual. She has this very calm, blasé way about her, but there does seem to be a hidden interest in regards to the undead
Yeah, of course.
with this individual.
Mm-hmm.
But think about it, if they could be harnessed, if you could find a way to take what makes them continue to exist, surely that should be studied, learned. I'm not talking about trusting them, of course. They should absolutely be caged, contained, controlled. But everything that I have been taught is about the preservation, the extension of life itself. And the undead, say what you want about them, they definitely are an extension of a kind. We should learn everything that we can from them, so that we don't have to ever have another undead occur.
It's hard to disagree with your astute logic, Madam Nim. While I cannot say I am thrilled at the prospect of the undead continuing to exist in any shape or form, in the matter of academic study, I see no harm in keeping a small sample group. The more you learn about them, the better equipped we will be to stop them. And as long as we can stop them from overwhelming the land, a small pack, it may survive, in some mockery of the term.
So she, as you're talking, she's giving you a very intense look.
Yeah.
And by the way, I thought the music was going to carry on playing, so apologies about that. Let's do. Yeah, let's actually have this one playing, and let's just kill the folk music because we don't need that. So she is giving you a very intense look. Are you telling the truth here? Are you trying to obscure anything?
No, he's basically telling the truth. I mean, as long as like what she learns can actually be used to stop them at large, she's welcome to her little test sample.
She gives you a very intense look, and there is a slight hunger there almost, and she kind of like the mask goes back up, and she just nods to herself. Where is it that you are headed to exactly once you have delivered me to my place?
Good question, Devillo.
Yes.
I was not given a specific location.
You were, I apologize. So you were basically.
I was pointed towards. I was pointed towards. The Spectral Coast, and I was pointed towards Seomer and Cosfelgrim.
Yeah, she's headed towards Seomer. So this is basically, this is the trip that you guys are doing at the moment.
Yeah.
Well, I might have to look you up at some point then, if you are truly behind what you say.
But of course, dear lady, I'll help you get the parts you seek.
She gives you a grin, and here's the thing. Give me another insight check, this time with advantage, because you are now paying attention to this chick. Yeah.
Do I even need to roll again?
I would say, not really. I would say she gives you a smile that she probably thinks is friendly, but there's a little feralness to it, a little hunger. Whatever this individual is about, the idea of studying and dissecting undead is pleasurable in ways you probably don't want to know about.
Oh, I don't know. I figure Icarus could get behind that. Just instead of analyzing the undead, just, slicing them up into itty-bitty little pieces.
Oh, wow. You bonded with Lilius Nim. Holy shit.
I said I was going to play a character different from any I've played before, and I meant it.
Yeah, you did. Oh, wow. Oh, my gosh. Okay.
It's pretty easy if you try.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. Anyway, so you guys, I would say it's a several day trip. So you camp for the night. This would be when you're having this conversation. Before you head off to sleep, who's taking first watch? Although, actually, I'll be honest, she is somewhat of an asshole. She just goes to sleep and assumes you're taking care of it.
That's fine. Icarus would take care of it.
I would like you to give me a perception check, please.
Perception. 16.
This far down in the highlands, you can still see the mountain range that makes up your home nearby. Though you are now a lot closer to the neighboring kingdom of Hahiz Rahib, which is more of a goblin-first region. They really don't like your homeland that much. While there isn't an active war going on, they are fairly hostile about the idea of a Grendel being on the throne, a half-troll. Anything that's half-goblin just doesn't sit right with them. So every single time a roach has been sent to work as an envoy, they are sent back in fairly violent manner.
Ha, they can try.
Yes. So while you are close to their border, you don't feel too threatened, sir.
Mm-hmm.
So, are you at any point going to try and get some rest, or are you going to be up all night?
Good question. Fuck it. This is a dangerous area. We know it's a dangerous area. Icarus will stick out the entire night.
Okay, then. We'll come back to Icarus in the next morning a little later on. Meanwhile, Shimmies,
Yes.
it is hot. It is humid. It is frustrating. The cart broke down, and while the rest of the people in this little caravan of yours are waiting for it to be repaired, you and your friend stepped off to the side a little bit to, take in some of the local atmosphere. I'd like you to give me a perception check, if you would be so kind.
Of course, not that I expect there's much to perceive. Oh, let's see.
Yeah, no, it's just sand and dirt and brushland and dirt and brushland. And does a 12 hit you?
Yes. Oh, no, I think so. Let me double check. Yes, it does.
Okay. So, bear with me.
Sand and dirt and sand and dirt and ow!
And ow. I would very much like it if you come on, work with me. Would roll initiative, please.
Okay.
1 sec.
Going right into it.
Oh yeah.
I hate how I
There's
have
no-
to find
is
a
it-
button on this thing.
It says no valid token was selected because I couldn't.
Okay,
there it is.
the token should be right there.
Okay, I was just having an issue with my screen. It was a 20.09, whatever that means.
Oh wow! Oh yeah, it automatically ties your initiative. So oh yeah, I need to actually turn the turn order on. So
I can't
it's
see
in,
anything.
you bear with me one moment. I need to add all the non-player tokens to the page. Roll 20. Why? Come on, work with me.
Oh, that went down my spine.
Yeah.
That sound went right down my spine. I wasn't expecting that.
What, the little goblin
Yeah,
sound effects?
Yeah. You should add in. You should modify it to add in squish.
Oh yeah.
Distress goblin noises.
Yeah.
It's
Let
gonna
me
be
just...
your biography. It's gonna be your biography title, Jurnis.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. I love that has become a meme.
Yes.
Distressed goblin noises.
Okay.
Ah, distress goblin noises. Distress goblin noises. That's man's.
This character sheet's fucking off.
What's the problem with it? Sorry.
There's so many things I'm looking at it where it's not calculating things right.
Yeah, the new character sheet is a little bit. There is a little bit to get used to there. You bear with me a moment. Is there anything in particular we can help you with there?
Ah, don't worry about it right now.
Yeah.
Something like I can calculate it by hand if I need to.
Right. So, just to make it easier, I'm going to take everybody's player token, and I'm going to put you all on the DM layer. So
You could always put me on the DM layer instead, and then I won't have to do this fight.
I like Shamiz already. I love it.
I won't go back to the beyond.
Okay, can everyone see the map now?
Wait, oh,
Really?
no.
That's odd. That should have actually... Huh. Okay, give me one moment. Technology, it's a bit of a bitch. Ba-ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-dum.
Oh, there you go.
Demon.
Oh, you see it now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't.
Yep.
Right, so yes, you can see. No, you can't.
I
No.
see a monochrome desert and no tokens.
Right.
I see a black screen.
You see a black screen. Okay, that might be
Did you give us
because...
token sight?
Let me just
I-
double check. I didn't.
will say-
I didn't. That has been fixed.
I will say I can see Shamiz just fine standing next to a wagon.
Okay. Okay, for the sake of argument, let me just put everyone on the token layer.
I can
Just
see things
ignore all of that. That's not happening. Jeez Louise. Okay. So, Shamiz,
Mm-hmm.
you're checking around the side of the cart, trying to see what's taking so long, when you and 3 of the other people are hit by javelins. I would like you to take... Let's see, let's get you up here. Okay. And I do apologise, normally it's not lagging this bad, but Roll20 for today has been running really, really slowly.
I daren't jinx it, but at least it's working better than on Tuesday.
Mm.
Okay. I mean, what do you get for free? So, yeah. So, that was...
It's not free, I fucking pay for the bastard thing.
Well, you know what, actually, yes, I paid for it too, so I don't know what I mean by that. Okay, that is going to be 1d8 plus 1. I would like you to take... Oh, okay. You take 2 points of piercing damage. As you see 3 hyena-like creatures.
Oh, you mean bastard.
Yeah. Yeah. 3 hyena-like creatures, erupt from the sand. Basically, they've been lying in wait, and it looks like they have been, they have sprung a trap. Most of the other people, let's just say all these people here are the other commoners who are just like running around. It doesn't look like any of the guards are left standing. What do you do?
Well, does Shamiz know who hyena creatures like this in the desert
Yes,
have
you
as a
do.
predator? Have as a predator.
Their primary predator. Let me think about that for a moment. I would say lions. That is a good point. Yes, lions are fairly common in this region. You know that the gnolls, because these are common bandits in your town, they do tend to attack the various, salt shipments that used to get sent out from your home. You do know that they tend to run screaming at the sight of a lion.
Okay. Now, but the thing is, if I were to cast, okay, let me just check something here. Minor illusion. I'm just checking something. That's a range 30 feet. It's a 5-foot cube, and those only work. Phantasmal Force and Minor Illusion only work on one person, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
Minor illusion, on the other hand, I do believe that would work on.
Because it's a 5-foot cube.
Each of them would be able
Yeah.
to check on it at their turn.
Okay.
Yeah.
So she is on this turn
Mhm.
going to. Let's see. It has a radius of 30 feet. So
Mhm.
that's 1, 2, 3.
So
Okay.
you could do it. You could do 30.
Did she put it right here?
Absolutely.
So she just wants. So she's gonna cast Minor Illusion, which I can't make appear except in to you. I'm trying to do it in the actual thing. And it just keeps coming to
on your
DM.
character sheet, if you look at the top right, there should be a thing where it says 2G,
There we go.
and that automatically whispers things. There you go.
There we go. So she's going to cast Minor Illusion, and she's going to, with just absolute disgust, and she's going to spread out her hands. And did you see my message to you? Is it okay if I do it that way?
Absolutely.
Okay. The sand seems to puff up and turn into the largest, scariest lion that she can, and it's just hungry and drooling, and she just has this utter look of disgust, like, I can't believe I have to deal with this.
I love it. Okay, so I don't really have a token for this, so we're just going to say that Glorf is a lion. Let me just give him a little colour tint. There we go.
And after she does that, she is going to... Now, when she places it in that area, can she back away, or will that make it disappear?
That is actually a good question. Because the range to cast is 30 feet. You create a standard image which, within range, lasts for the duration. It ends if you dismiss it as an action.
I guess is that it just appears in the space from it sounds like, and then she can get behind something.
Yeah, I would say because if it's here, you basically, because you can come over here and it wouldn't disappear.
Yeah, so she's going...
Mhm.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, but the thing with minor illusion is, as far as I understand it, is it is based on you. So if you start moving out of that radius, it either disappears or it's going to follow you, like a projection.
Okay.
It's like a projection.
Okay, yeah. So can she just leave it where it is and just extend to the 30-foot area here?
Well, absolutely.
Okay, then she does that, and she's backing up.
Okay, anything else you want to do?
No, she just stares at the hyenas and says, I don't have time for this, go away. But very quietly to herself.
Yeah. Okay, they need to make an intelligence check. So, let's see. This is going to be interesting. Okay.
Are they going to be smart boy, girl, whatever?
Let's find out. Oof. Okay, and then this one is going to be... And then this one. Okay, so out of this particular group, you notice that this one here seems to be the pack leader, and these two smaller ones are runts. These are the ones that have actually done most of the fighting.
Yep.
Both of these at the side, they see the lion, and they whimper, and they cower, and they are gone. They run. They leave. This one, however, snarls at it, sniffs the air. Your illusion has no scent.
Right.
And it has no sound.
Right.
So she steps over and slashes at it and steps right through it. That's her turn. It's your turn again.
Yes. And at that point, that's when. Now, can she duck behind this wagon?
Yeah. I think hide as a bonus action is only for rogues.
What she wants to do is duck down and do invisibility.
Okay, yeah, sure, go for it.
She doesn't want to be in view when she vanishes.
Yeah,
especially
no
because
problem.
it's the desert. There's going to be footprints.
Yeah. Okay. I would say as well. This turn, it's like all the other people are like milling around, running like headless chickens.
Yep. Whereas Shamiz is, the sand seems to come up around her and swirl, and then she just no longer inside of the swirl, and then it settles.
Okay. So we would say, I would say that. Yeah, let's go with this symbol for invisibility at the moment.
That works.
Yeah. Okay. And where are you moving to, Medea?
While invisible, she's
Yes.
going to try to sneak around, like to basically go this way in a wide berth, if she can, carefully, trying to like not leave footprints, because I mean, she can't help leaving footprints, but she doesn't want to leave them where he can see them. So if there's a way around, I mean, obviously, I don't know if the topography matches, or if there's a valley. Like, I can tell if these are valleys or something that she can go through.
You know what? I will say this. Give me a survival check to see if you can find enough solid ground.
Otherwise, she's just going to hide there and wait.
Yeah.
And then,
so give me a survival check.
Yep, that's what I'm doing. 1 second.
And I would say advantage because this is your home turf.
Yes, I was going to ask about that.
Yeah.
Okay, where is it? Cure. Sorry about my slowness, guys.
Oh, it's all good. 13. Yeah. Okay. I would say that you do actually manage to find enough, solid gravel where you could actually avoid leaving footprints.
And she is going to try to make a circle around at that point, so she's going to follow wherever the gravel path is to try to get behind it.
Okay. And you've got 30 feet of movement?
Okay. Yes. So whatever path you want to put me on, I don't know where I would be walking.
Basically, I would say that this is, all the terrain is fairly, fairly solid. So it is whatever path you want to do. Are you able to move your token?
Yes. So I just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. She's trying to get around to the back of it.
Okay. Anything else you want to do on your turn?
Stare hatefully at this humanoid monster.
Okay.
From within the space between spaces.
Fair enough. Okay then. The gnoll, seeing that the rest of its party is gone, is going to look around. Most of these people, they're still running, but since it's by itself, it's going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, and it is going to start pouring through the cart. It looks like it's trying to grab whatever belongings it can from the people here. And that would be its turn. Your turn.
Yes. And so at this point, Shamiz is going to she's going to go for Phantasmal Force, and the Phantasmal Force is going to take the form of ear-splitting noise. She wants to disrupt its senses of... I think I could only do one sense at a time, if I'm understanding correctly. Is that right?
Yeah, the phantasm... the phantasm includes sound, temperature, and other stimuli. You could... Yes, so you can... No. You can make something that looks, sounds, smells real.
Yeah. So for this, she's going to... Does she know if gnolls have a god?
That's a fair question. As a race, there are several different types of culture. You know, it's like they sometimes show up in different like raiding groups. Some of them are actually members of the small community where you actually live.
Okay, well, in that case, could she use this directly on top of it?
Create bonfire. Oh, so you don't want to use Phantasmal Force. You want to basically. Okay. Do you want to describe what happens?
Well, let me first should I post it publicly?
Absolutely.
Okay, public. So she's now that she's watching it start rooting through the oh wait, is she still near? Is he still near enough to this? He's still there, right? He hasn't moved.
The no leader is a she, but yes.
Oh, okay. I thought you said he. I'm sorry.
My apologies.
She's going to know. Would this be a sign when I would use careful to make sure that nothing here gets hurt?
Normally, I think sorcery spells, the sorcery points for careful spell, that usually doesn't apply to cantrips. But I'm willing to, you know what, give me an Arcana check to see if you can make that work.
Yeah, that's what she wants. I appreciate everybody's patience, by the way.
No problem. The DM's the one who's been derping it up today, so...
No, you're great.
Okay. I would say, because no advantage, I'm afraid, with an 8, you can create bonfire, but there is a potential for, if things go bad, you might catch the car a little bit.
You know what? She's gonna do it.
Yes, she is. So
you see her think about it for a moment, for a split second, and then the sand billows up and turns into embers that all target the gnoll.
Yeah. So literally, it's like fire just erupts, from beneath the gnoll, and she just shrieks. What? Yeah, literally that.
Mm-hmm. Something with that voice too. I want that voice. I want literally just.
Okay, that's going to be a dexterity saving throw from her. Dexterity. That's going to be that's a no. Yes. So that is going to be roll me 1d8, please.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? Because it was surprise, I'm going to say 2d8. So that's 1. 5, 6, 7. So that's going to be -7. Okay.
Am I still invisible, or did I lose the invisibility?
I am very sorry to say that you are now visible, because that is the only cantrip you have, which is a concentration spell.
Yep, that's perfectly fine.
Yeah. So you have unfortunately lost your invisibility, and that gnoll has lost 7 points to fire.
You didn't tell me I'd become visible after that, my friend.
Well, I didn't realize you were going to do that. I can't think of everything for you. Next up is the gnoll's turn.
Yes.
She's on fire. And she definitely failed a dexterity there. And she's going to turn and look at you with a hateful glare. And she is going to...
As she does for flavor, can I have Shamise say, "Best look for some water," and gesture around her to the desert?
Yes. Absolutely yes. Right, so here's the thing. In terms of, bouncing around between the two different chats, I know that a lot of us use the player chat in Discord. and sometimes we use the in-game chat as well. For the most part, I think the player chat on Discord is best used for, where we're just shooting shit and just having a laugh and all that. But you can use the player chat if there's something your character is doing.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. No problem. No problem.
Okay, sorry.
No, it's all good. It's all good. Session 0. Session 0. We're getting used to new characters. All right.
Session 0.
Yes.
I'm just gonna pop and say Lucy has fallen asleep in my arms. Her head
Aww.
is on my hand, and she is now dreaming and twitching and drooling.
Aww. That is the best thing ever. Pets are amazing, aren't they?
My
Anyway,
hand
let's
is getting
know.
very, very wet.
Okay, so we're going to segue from that. The knoll is going to leap out of the fire, and it is going to try and bite at you. That is going to be not them because they disappeared. I'm going to close their window. They were cowards.
Rightly so. Rightly so.
Yeah. Does a 7 hit?
It does not.
Okay, she basically tries to grab at you and snap with these, feral, slobbering teeth. But you just sidestep her, and she misses. Your turn now.
If I back away at this point, does she get an attack of opportunity?
She would, yes.
Okay, then nope. Then it's down to this. And is she wearing anything?
Yeah, she's wearing basic leathers, the basic scraps of... you actually do notice that part of her back, there does seem to be a cloak, and it does seem to be made from the skin of another gnoll. Probably someone that she killed and skinned.
Yes. Can I do this to her cloak?
Absolutely. Oh! Okay, one moment. So well, if the point you choose is an object... Yes! Oh! Okay. You can do that, yes. Yeah, if you want to link that publicly.
Yes. So she gestures again, and the sand comes up around the cloak, and then darkness spreads from the cloak.
Okay, that's a 60-foot radius. Oh wait, no, that's a 15-foot radius. I was going to say, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Okay, so
That's just a range.
let's give her a 15-foot radius. If roll 20 can catch up with the things I'm asking it to do, that'd be nice. Come on now. Thank you very much. Okay. So, to all the other people in the desert, this large black orb has just in the middle of this white, hot, arid desert sand. But for you, I do believe because of your particular nature,
Yes.
of your special friend, you see her perfectly.
Yep.
You look at her, just blink and look around in confusion, and she's scrabbling at her eyes. She looks scared.
Good. And what does she do with her turn? Because I have something else I'm going to do the next turn.
Okay, yes, that is a fair point. She has a general idea of where you were, so I'd say she's smart enough to have realised that you did something to her. So she is going to swing her spear in a wide arc around you. That was a natural 20. However, she has disadvantage because she is currently blinded.
Yes.
So does a 10 hit you?
It does.
It hit a 10 hits you?
Yes.
Oh. Do you want... Now here's the question. Do you want to use your reaction to cast shield?
Yes.
Okay.
Let
Do
me
you want
post after the. Let me post it.
Mhm.
Let me post it. I'm trying to go quick. I'm learning as we go.
Yeah. That's the point of today's episode. Okay.
Yep.
So yeah, you basically have a +5 bonus to your AC. What is your current AC now?
9.
Shouldn't go back.
Wow, I was going to say 9. I mean, +5?
Yep.
+5 is 9?
No. 9 plus
9.
5.
14.
Oh, okay, 14. Cool. Yeah, then she misses with that. Okay. Also, please do me a favor and mark off the spell slots that you're using.
I have been.
Thank you so much. Okay. Yeah, she's just swinging around madly. She looks like she's getting more and more panicked. It's your turn. You hear your friend whisper, "Oh, what are we going to do to her?"
I don't know everything. And then she goes in madly with her daggers. With her dagger.
Roll it with advantage.
So I do it again?
Yeah. You should have an option when you're rolling. It should stay at the top of the screen.
Okay, do you want me to try that instead or just use those?
It's okay. We can use the ones you've already done. A 12 for her AC is. Her AC is, unfortunately, you basically manage to you impact on the side of the armor. It kind of glances off because she's wriggling about. She is moving quickly, and it's hard to grab purchase.
Okay, now can I move now that she's in darkness, or does she still get an attack of opportunity if I move?
She would get an attack of opportunity if she hears you, but it would be with disadvantage.
Okay, I'm gonna go for it. She's gonna try to get around behind her again.
Okay. Now, if you're actually trying to get behind her, technically you wouldn't be.
I could do this.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, yeah, that works. She's gonna do that.
Yeah.
She's gonna move behind her.
You see her ears twitching, and she's trying to track you. Just give me a quick stealth check, just for the fun of it. She's got good hearing.
I know. I hope you guys are at least entertained.
You're not entertained. Okay.
Whoops! I did that accidentally with advantage still.
No, it's okay. We'll take the number on the left. An 11. She does seem to be roughly tracking where you are. Anything else?
I think that I used a spell that time, didn't I?
You have used your reaction. You did not use a spell.
Oh, okay. Then in that case,
shield was not your turn. It was a reaction.
Oh, okay. And so I didn't use Phantasmal Force yet, correct?
You did use your daggers, though.
Yes. I used my daggers, so that's it. No problem.
So it's going to be her turn now again. It's going to be with disadvantage because fuck her. And that is... Yeah, I'm assuming a 6 doesn't hit you.
Nope.
Your turn.
She's going to move here and go with the daggers again.
Okay, roll it.
If I can.
Stabby, 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 stabby.
Stabby, 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 stabby.
Yeah.
It's going to happen. She'll get there.
Okay. With advantage. So one more.
Okay. Boop, boop, boop.
Yes, again,
I'm trying to remember everything. Yeah, I'll figure it out. Don't worry. Okay. Stabby, stabby.
18. Okay, yeah, that hits. For 1 piercing damage.
Yay!
I would. Okay, so rather than this go on for a while, what I'm going to say is, because we've had a nice little introduction to shimmies and some of the things that you can do. I would say, how do you want to end the life of this creature with your dagger in the darkness?
Just wild, frenzied stabbing in every direction, circling around it, poking in circles around it until it drops.
Okay, and it takes some time. It is swinging wildly. The more you hurt it, the more desperate it seems to be getting. After a minute or two, are you focused on basically your target, or are you keeping an eye on what's going on outside of your sphere of darkness?
Well, at first she was keeping an eye on things, but now she's focused.
Okay. Okay, then. So, there's I'd say it takes a minute or two, but eventually things get a little bit silent. And the nose just stops moving. Do you continue stabbing?
Yes, she wants to make sure.
Okay. You make sure.
Mm-hmm.
After a little while, you feel a mental tap in the back of your mind. You should probably clean up before this spell fades. It doesn't last forever. And you look up and you see just on the edge, looking very scared and confused, all the other people from the cart. They can't see in, but you can see out. What do you do with your prize?
What do you mean clean up?
Well, you look a little excitable.
Yes. What? She's like holding the dagger and she's looking down at the body and what do I do?
Well, I mean, it's up to you, my dear. I'm just saying it's going to look a little bad if you're frenzying over an already dead creature.
I wasn't doing that. And she puts her dagger down and like stands back up and like steps back out of the darkness and looks all she looks all shaken and puts on a front of being sort of like, I can't believe what just happened. I can't believe I did that.
Give me a deception with
did.
advantage.
Okay, advantage. Deception. That's what. Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay. Putting on a show.
Okay, yeah, they believe you. In fact, one of the people runs up to you. Basically, this was like one of the surviving members of the caravan guard. Are you all right, ma'am? Does that thing hurt you?
The desert protected me. Thank you, desert. I'm all right. That darkness appeared, and I'm a little shaken. I just need to sit down. I need to sit down.
Of course. Come over here. And over the space of the next hour or so, you hear the various people whispering about gnolls and their weird cursed items, and like, misuse magic. Oh, it's fine. Ooh. Magic is not something that's really done in this area. So they definitely believe the fact that creatures as evil as gnolls would, do something like that.
Yes. Thank you. I'm fine now. I just need to. I'm a researcher, not a. I don't. Oh, I'll be all right.
Meanwhile, somewhere else.
I curtsy to everyone for the time.
Mwah, mwah, loved it. So, Icarus.
Yes.
Hi.
Hi.
First of all, I would like you to give me a passive perception check, as it has reached morning.
Passive, that'll be a 12.
12. Okay. As you are heading along the mountain road, making your way downtown, you and your companion, Dr. Nim, very small little snatches of conversation. She explains that she's actually from the far end of the coalition to the western side of the continent. She's been spending most of her life traveling place to place, helping build hospitals, teaching various healing techniques, explaining a little bit of her portfolio. You can tell that she has some pride in her reputation and the good that she has done for the world around her.
Such a good Samaritan.
She is a good Samaritan. You have to admit she does have a slight coldness to her at times, but it kind of makes sense considering the nature of her work. You have to harden yourself, over time. So I would say, because your perception was so low, you get to about here before you start hearing. Actually, it's not so much a sound, but it's a smell. Give me a history check with advantage.
Hooray!
While I get all the other player tokens on this screen again, because I want everyone to be able to see this.
That'd be a whopping 13, Captain.
A 13? Okay. With a 13, it's something that you've not smelled for a while, but it's a familiar smell.
Uh-oh.
You feel the smell of death, rot, decay.
Undeath.
It is the smell of undeath.
Aha!
So I would like, let's clear this initiative, because I am prepared. I would like you to roll initiative, please.
Of course.
And Dr. Lilius Nim, she's actually going to roll as well. Boop. Roll 20. Why you gotta be this way? And
Ooh.
That's an 8 for her. Okay. So, as you're wandering down the hill, the smell is very loud. Holy shit. You pass the way you came. You see this small, green, decaying form. A goblin, or at least what used to be a goblin. And then further over here. And then over here. So, I would like you to... What would you like to do?
So,
Let's turn you down a little bit.
well, Madam Nim. Nim. There. Well, Madam Nim. Looks like we'll be getting an opportunity to harvest the cadavers sooner than we expected.
She looks... Give me a quick... You're in the middle of a kind of tense situation at the moment, but in this one brief moment, give me a general insight check.
12.
She looks distracted at the walking corpses. She doesn't. You don't register fear from her.
No.
You're not sure what the emotion is, but there is no fear there. Okay, so let me actually give them a turn because I'm a professional and I know what I'm doing and all that stuff. What would you like to do?
Give me a hot second. I'm checking all the fun things I can do as a paladin.
Yeah, paladins.
No. Right, I'm not used to this character sheet, so if I accidentally click a spell and it comes up in chat, don't assume I'm using it. I just want to read it.
Yeah.
Mm,
Oh no.
You know what? I will do that because it's my job to protect Dr. Nim. So using my Icarus will use his bonus action to cast Shield of Faith on the good doctor.
Okay. She will appreciate that. You're going to have to bear with me a moment because for whatever reason, Oh, there you are. That's why you're not working. Okay. Yeah, these are creatures that I actually showed to the party in the very first episode, like 2 years ago. And I actually have all their abilities as macros. That's why I couldn't find them in Thing. Okay, so yeah. This one here is going to... I need to give them their turn order. Come on. Roll 20 is being an absolute swine. There you go, 4. That's fine, yeah. So it's their turn now. Yes, so this one is going to do 5, 10, 15, and it is going to swing at you with its claw. That's going to be a plus... I'm assuming a 7 doesn't hit.
It definitely doesn't hit.
Okay. This one is going to try a dexterity check to jump down. It is going to fail, and it is going to land there prone. We'll just say that one's prone for the moment.
Good.
This one is shuffling forward 5, 10, 15. And it's going to take a swing at Lilius. Let's see, 16 is... Let's see, your shield. What is the bonus?
+2.
Okay, so 16, 17, 12, 13. Unfortunately, that is still going to hit the good doctor.
Well,
And that's going to give her 5 slashing damage. If roll 20 will let me do that. This little green thing leaps up to just gets past a guard and takes a swipe at her shoulder. By the way, now that they are next to you, there's the stench. Stench is unbelievable. You've fought undead before. This is some of the worst smelling undead that you have ever come across.
Oh, yeah.
And speaking of their stench, by the way, again, the DM is taking so long to complete his sentences because when I try and get Roll20 to do something, I'm waiting 30 to 40 seconds for it to respond.
No worries.
So
I sympathize.
Yeah, so...
I've been shopping for gear this entire time.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, that's going to be an extra point of necrotic damage because of the smell. But yeah, their stink is unbelievable. Next up, Icarus, I believe it is your turn.
Okie dokie. Well, let's not overcomplicate this. Yes, I believe I will. I will cast Searing Smite.
Okay. Do you want to describe that for us?
Sure. The next time you hit a creature with a melee weapon during the spell's duration, your weapon flares with white-hot intensity and the attack deals an extra 1d6 fire damage to the target and causes it to erupt in flames. At the start of each of its turns until the spell ends, it must make a Constitution saving throw, and on a failure, it takes another 1d6 fire damage. On a success, the spell ends.
Okay. So roll me your attack.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Roll good,
I'm
boy.
assuming you're attacking top left.
Yeah. Oh, what a
That's 10. That is going to hit that 7 slashing damage plus what?
1d6 fire. Oh, come on! Well, at least it's on fire.
Yeah, I may have to start keeping track of their health by paper because yikes. So that's 7. So that's going to be 8 damage to it. Okay. Yep. Okay. You also take 1 point of necrotic damage because of the stench. As you slash at it, the burning putrid smell. It is rancid. So that's 1 point of necrotic to yourself, I'm afraid.
Wretched
Anything else you're going to do?
Wretched malformations.
It does look very, very damaged, though.
Oh, yeah. Okay, gotta remember I could do that. Just checking my cool shit. Okay, that's all I could do for this turn.
Okay, next up it's gonna be Lilius, and she looks pissed off. Let's see. I think she is going to. Yeah, she's actually going to reach out and grab the creature by the throat, the one that's in front of her. She wears, tight-fitting leather gloves, and she's going to cast Inflict Wounds. Let's see. Are you going to come through? Yes. Come on. Roll 20, you make me so sad. Why are you like this? Yeah, I think this is why the next episode is going to be an incredibly talky episode, because, oh my gosh, Roll 20 is not handling combat today. Ha! Okay, so that's a nat 1 twice.
Wow, what are the chances?
Yeah, she's basically trying to grab hold of it, and you can see her trying to cast some sort of spell and everything. But it's just, ugh,
The
it
smells
is
like
just
a gag.
Yeah, she actually does look genuinely disgusted. So that's going to be another point of damage to her because she's trying to get into melee with it. Next up, once that is finished resolving, because we need 20 seconds per button press. Roll 20, thank you. The Zoblins. This one is going to get up. It's going to shuffle over. And that is going to be a claw attack. That is going to be a miss. This guy, claw attack. Does a 14 hit you?
Nope.
Okay, that is a miss. And last but not least, claw attack. Oh wow, yeah, it's just a just as badly as she missed him, it missed her too. Next up is going to be you, Icarus.
Cool.
You're surrounded by filth.
The absolute worst.
And the zombies too.
Yeah, let's try and get rid of one of these fuckers. I will use my channel divinity. Abjure enemy. Okay. Oh yeah, and before I forget, one of the zombos had to take a Constitution saving throw because he's on fire. This one.
Oh, this guy. Oh, thank you for the reminder. Yeah, there we go. Okay, Constitution saving throw. That's gonna be a 5.
Yeah, it fails, so it takes another 1d6 fire damage.
Roll me that 1d6.
That's better.
Okay. So, yeah, basically, burning, putrid, green flesh basically was already on fire. It looks like it's about to take another swing, and it crumples into a vile-smelling mess. And so I'm going to say that you haven't spent your Channel Divinity yet, so you may use it on one of these two other fellas.
Yeah, let's use it on this chappie and try to get him to flee.
Okay, so what does he need to do?
A wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom save for a Zambambo. Okay.
And he has disadvantage because he is an undead.
Okay, so you give me a second. That would be a 2.
It is frightened for 1 minute.
Excellent. Okay. Next up, anything else for you before we do that?
I can't bonus action attack, can I?
Do you have any kind of ability that allows you to turn a regular action into a bonus action?
I don't think I do.
Then not this time, I'm afraid. Next up is going to be Dr. Nin. She changes focus on this individual here, and she's actually going to... Let's see. She doesn't really have anything fire-based. Yeah, she's just going to do her favorite ability again. She's going to cast Inflict Wounds on this other one. This time it's going to be at level 2, because she is now angry. Yes.
Before we get too far ahead, I would like to use my movement if that's possible.
100%. Yes. What do you want to do?
I assume I can get like here, right?
Yeah.
So I can flank.
Yeah.
Cool. Whee! There we go.
Okay. So this guy, just as you flank over there, you see Dr. Nim basically grab it by the head, lift the goblin up, and there's this feral, sadistic, hate-filled look in her eyes as its head explodes. And she just drops the remaining pieces, wipes a little bit of ichor from her cheek with a look of revulsion and disgust, and turns to regard the one remaining zombie between the two of you. That was the one you made afraid, by the way.
Yep. It was right to be afraid.
Yes, it was. And now the Zoblin. The Zoblin is going to... Let's see, is it small enough to do... And it really isn't. It's a fucking Zoblin. It is going to try and... I'd say because it saw you moving, it's going to take a swing at you. Okay. That's a 20.
Oh, that hits.
Okay, you're going to take 4 points of slashing damage from it.
Okay.
And that is its turn. It is your turn to purify.
Yeah. I think we got this rather much in the bag, so just going to take a swing with my longsword, and because we're flanking, that is with advantage.
Yes, it is.
I don't think I need it. Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, so that's going to be 5 slashing plus how much fire damage?
1d6.
Okay. So 5, that's 7. Okay. I would just say, yeah, for the sake of brevity and everything, between the two of you, you're able to destroy this creature. Again, roll 20. I click a button, and it takes a good 15 to 20 seconds before it decides to do anything. There we go. So, you finally managed to destroy these things. You're both covered in ichor and gore. The smell has somewhat abated, though it is still quite disgusting. You see Dr. Nim, scrub her hands, gloved hands against her outfit. Thank you. I appreciate your assistance there. You have some skill with flame.
And I appreciate your assistance too, Madam Nim. You have, how should I say, the most magic of hands.
You really have no idea. And she gives you what you would assume is supposed to be a friendly smile.
Yeah.
Passive perception check, please.
12, you know it.
Oh yeah, I again, yeah. Sorry, the DM's passive memory check is a nat 1. As you two are talking, that smell is still pretty strong. At first you think, well, we're right next to them, and as you move to step away, you notice that shuffling from the brush around you are more and more and more and more. So, meanwhile,
and some people wonder why we don't want to put these guys down?
I love it so much.
Well,
Okay.
fuck themselves. The one that talk that we like.
Yeah.
It's a deception.
Okay, so I would say at this point, we're going to join back with the main cast because they've been so patient. Thank you guys. Really, really appreciate you. We are heading over to the town of Hebrida. Unfortunately, I do not have a map ready for the actual town itself. So to bring you guys up to speed, Jurnis, Skullface, Glorth, and Courtesy, and Ang, and everybody else, you have literally just finished your little explosive escapade in the... in fact, I've got a song just for you. There we go, Skullface. You have just blown up the people who kept your family press ganked. Everything is pretty much honky-dory. It was suggested that you make your way back to Lady Christina to inform her of the good news. The halfling Haycroft, the guy, basically the secretary for the Febriders, he saw right through your little deception, and he basically suggested that you head out of the area for a little while, and he would prepare things for his mistress. You didn't even tell him who you were working for. You didn't tell him everything. He picked up on... He saw right through everything that you guys were doing.
Right, well...
seems to be on your side.
Right, well, that secretary seemed to know who we were working for, but I really think we should make ourselves scarce.
I think that
Yes, that would be a good idea.
Jurnis
That was
is
Miss
already
Courtesy, by the way.
down the path.
Yeah, there's like, and we're walking. We're already walking. The smoke billowing up behind you. Sign of another good job well done. Graz, your goblin companion, and the rest of the crew heading along with. Well, honestly, Red, I'm sorry it couldn't have been more use and everything, but I think we did good, I guess. Didn't blow up most of the house. It's always a plus.
It is always a plus, yes. We did manage to get the ones we were after. And
Yeah.
I just want to be the first to say, I can't believe that harebrained scheme worked.
Yeah, what was that accent about anyway, Wex? It was like, what, tapestries?
Something my dad told me about when he was out prospecting out east. Some weird Scottish goblin obsessed with calling weapons tapestries.
Right,
That is
okay.
Very unusual.
Yeah, well, it just stuck in my head. It was a good way to get past people who don't want to ask too many questions of people coming into an house.
I might have to use that one myself, to be honest. I mean, it worked. You're pretty good gift of the gab. I'll give you that, mate.
Just because I'm able to be handy with a pistol doesn't mean I'm not handy with my mouth.
Speaking of
Yeah, what-
pistols, Jurnis
Yeah?
reaches into her pocket and pulls out the gun. It seems that this little item found its way into my pocket and then, well, everything exploded.
This would be ashes to ashes.
Yep.
Is that correct?
Yep.
Hmm. Yeah. Graz looks at the gun with interest. Oh, that looks nice.
And Jurnis will let her have a look.
Give me a dexterity saving throw.
I knew it. Sure.
17. Okay. You know what? As annoyed as I am, you see Graz, pick up the gun. She's sort of like looking at it around. You've seen her use crossbows and everything. She sort of turns to look in your direction. So where's the safety exact bang? The gun goes off. However, you have enough presence of mind to narrowly dodge the bullet that erupts from the gun, avoiding the.
Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Is that better? I switched to push to talk.
Oh yeah, we hear you a little bit better. You sound a little bit muffled, but we can hear you now.
Mm-hmm.
Are you hearing us okay?
Yep, I hear you guys just fine.
Yeah.
Okay. We appreciate your patience. So yeah, basically Graz hand is looking over the gun. It misfires just as she's asking about the safety. Jurnis avoids getting shot in the arse, unfortunately, because that was funny. However, how close were you to Graz? I'd say you'd be within a 5-foot radius.
Probably.
You do make the dexterity saving throw, so everyone, who is next to Graz?
Is Glorth?
Well, Glorth is on your horns, so
Again?
I would say try getting him up. I like it up here.
That is.
It's fun.
Yep.
So to paint the picture, we currently have this small, blueberry-skinned gnome clutching on riding Jurnis's horns, going like "Wee!" every now and then. Yeah, I would say. Yep. I would say because of we're going to go with sprinkle rules. So you're yeah. Glorf is the new sprinkle. I my scars. Yep. Okay, so that is going to be 3d8 fire damage reduced. So come on. Boop. Okay, 13 halved. So I want you to take that much fire damage. Glorth is luckily enough. he's further enough away because of the horns and everything. He doesn't take damage. I'm not hurting the blueberry.
Yeah, leave the blueberry alone.
Yeah, I've got plans for the blueberry.
No. Graz, perhaps you'd better just give that back to me.
Yeah, so the smoke sort of dissipates, and you sort of see like she's basically like in a cartoon. She's just covered in soot, just like these like dark green face, like with two yellow eyes, just like blink blink, and she just sort of like embarrassed, slowly hands it back to you, handle first. Sorry, Red. It won't happen again.
I'm going to take you to that gun safety.
Yes,
So,
I haven't used one of these before. Perhaps I'll wait until I get a little bit of instruction. I'm sure you could help me out with that, Wex. Or,
Definitely. Mind if I have a quick look at it?
if you must, just don't shoot me. She says,
Skullface is very
with a
careful to
grin
grab
at
it.
Graz.
Skullface is very careful to keep his fingers firmly away from the trigger and basically take it from the understock.
to be fair, you would know enough about pistols to know this is not a repeater. This is actually a flintlock.
Oh yeah, he knows that, but he's still being careful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You don't know what the Forebriders could have done to it, so...
Motherfucker's magic. You don't trust that shit.
Yeah. Okay then. Give me a, I would say, investigation with advantage, and I'm also going to say throw in your proficiency modifier as well, because this is your shit. You know this.
So it's +2, whatever I get, so that's 22.
Okay, yeah. You know on and off that Christina, or the late Christina, she was... Wait, we had this problem last time. I keep getting the sisters mixed up. Elizabeth, the one you just blew up.
Yep.
The tinkerer, the weaponsmith. She was pretty creative when it came to some of her work. She'd actually, on occasion, when she realised that you were basically a kind of artificer as well, she would on occasion ask you for feedback, ideas, but it was less in a collaborative sense and more in a case of do you have any interesting ideas on how to work this? Good, excellent, get out. But this is definitely some of her best work. She was very proud of this. And you could actually tell when she was showing it off to Jurnis earlier, who she was very taken with.
Skullface gives it a quick way up, quick check. He goes, single shot flintlock, decent enough workmanship, I'll give her that. Person I prefer only repeater, but should do you some good stead, Miss Springsinger. He kind of takes it by the barrel and hands it back.
I'd say as well, just by checking it, you would also know about the fact that it's a +1. It does the extra fire damage, and it also has that 5-foot radius of fire damage around it.
He passes it on.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess now I'd like to call her Donna Forebrider.
Well, that explains why we have such a puff of smoke. Also, hold still, Graz. And she's just gonna press it as you take Graz cling.
Skullface kind of chuckling to himself at his little joke.
Yeah, don't worry, Wex, I got that one.
Yeah.
Really fun.
Well, she's a bunch of shredded meat now.
She Graz thinks to herself for a moment as you guys carry on walking. Look, Red, I'm all for the professional detachment and everything, but I gotta admit, the look of glee on your face when you talk about seducing someone that you just blew up, little concerned. Not judging. Just you might want to check that a bit.
Yeah, probably a good idea.
Yeah. But still, I mean, it was good work.
At this point, Wex kind of wheels around, does like that Harrison Ford finger thing. Just, wait, I don't want any shenanigans under my roof when Lander comes home, alright?
I don't know what you're implying, Wex.
Graz just gives him a she just gives him the sort of look of where she's like, I don't know what you're on about. Let's say Nat 1 to a deception. She knows exactly what you're on about, whether or not Jurnis does. I would say it's round about this point as you're heading towards the ferry. Asha. Yes, hello.
My turn?
It's your turn.
Okay, well, I'm gonna unmute myself.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Okay. So we're right here.
No. So basically, you're in the middle of, a forest path. You're just outside of this small town. I would say as well, just one moment. I've got a question for the rest of the players. How bad is this looping for you? You know, the echo? Is it really bad?
Yeah, we're definitely getting there.
Very prominent.
I'm afraid you might have to relocate.
Okay, I'll relocate.
Yeah, she's relocating, and as she's relocating, I'm gonna say, Cream, we're gonna get to you in just one moment.
I was gonna say the echo doesn't bother me.
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
I mean, I could. The thing is, it's like when you can hear yourself talking a second behind you saying something, it's impossible to concentrate on what you need to say. So
It really
Yeah,
is.
that could be pretty difficult.
yeah, it's hell. But yeah, I love you. Get the fuck out of the room.
No pizza. Oh, I'm not feeding you.
Okay.
Oh my god, now I want pizza. What are you doing?
I do too now, strangely enough.
You know, everyone's
I
mad at
have-
you because
Yeah,
I have a jacket
Yeah.
not so.
no pizza for anybody ever.
I'm starving. I haven't had any sort of.
Aw, Icy should eat.
Eat ice to eat.
I'm just
Maybe
debating about what to
I
have.
to eat.
I'm just debating on what to have for lunch tomorrow before I go to work.
Okay, so you guys are heading down the the road towards the ferry. So that's a question, actually. Are you guys going to try and spend the night in the town, or are you spending the night in the ferry?
What time is it?
I'd say it's getting close to about. I'd say it's pretty late in the evening. This would be, say, 11, 10, 11, because Eric was meeting with a buyer who you fitted up for their potential murder.
I
So-
think we should probably find somewhere to stay in town.
Okay.
Well, if you believe that's best.
We won't want to risk it. I mean, the ferry should be safe enough, but I'd rather not risk it.
Okay.
Do you really think someone's going to swim out to us in the night?
You never know, lizard men, Sourkin, you don't know.
I suppose that is a fair point. Alright, let's find somewhere to sleep.
Okay, I return. Is that better?
Yes,
Yep.
that's so much better. Thank you. We love you. Okay, so you guys head into the village. You passed through it briefly on your way into the estate itself. Miss Courtesy is actually leading the way. Yes, not to worry. My lady will take care of everything. I know a few people around here. I should be able to find us some lodging. Won't cost too much. So, as you guys are heading into the town, Asha, what would you like to introduce what they see? Oh, well, tell you what. Let's just scratch that a second. So, Aja, your character sees this group of people, this tall, thin, pale woman with elf ears, the red tiefling with a little blue gnome in her horns, the two goblins, and a tabaxi. Did I miss anyone?
Nope.
Okay. So, what would you like to do?
So, do they have any food on them?
That is a good question. Give me a perception check with advantage, because you're using smell.
Okay. Get my critical perception.
Yeah. Okay. With advantage, so you can roll again.
Okay.
Okay, 14. Who in the group would you say has, the best food?
I have one portion of rations.
Okay. Is it a tasty ration?
I would assume that it's basic trail tech. So
Okay. So, you notice with your sense of smell, there's this really, sweet, smell coming from one of the goblins. The female with the buzz cut.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do?
I would like to. Well, it's probably in like a bag or something. I would like to run up and try. Well, not run up, but I'd like to sneak up and maybe try to grab whatever it's being carried in, whatever the food's being carried in.
Okay, give me a stealth check. And if you're doing it through the bush, the grass and everything, I believe you get advantage because of the terrain.
Oh hell yeah! Sorry, my mind blanked out. What am I rolling?
You are rolling a stealth check with advantage.
Right. I knew that.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. I'm nervous. I'm sorry.
Well, we all are on this call. Oh yeah, that's a nat 20.
Hell yeah. Okay.
Okay, and in that case, how the fuck do I do this? Okay, so you guys are walking. You just managed to get to the edge of town. Miss Courtesy is talking about trying to find some lodging, when all of a sudden you hear Graz from just behind you go, "Hey, what the fucking is that?" You turn around and you see, what do they see rummaging through Graz's pouch? Actually, I'm going to say because of the nat 20, Graz's pouch is 10 feet down the road. It is open and you are currently eating through it. Would you like to describe yourself, Megan?
Okay, so I am a dog. And I look kind of like a border collie. My coat is mostly white. My head, I have floppy ears and like a tan face, and my tail and like this big spot on my butt is tan. And then strapped to my side is a sword, where the sheath looks kind of beaten up, and the hilt looks kind of rusty, but it is strapped to my body with a harness. Oh, and I have cute brown eyes, like big doll brown eyes. So yeah, I'm pretty freaking cute, and a pink nose. I have a pink nose. My name is Dog.
It looks like the dog's got tangled up in someone's sword belt.
This got tangled up in my bloody rat. That's mine, that.
I look up at her and sort of like meet her eyes with like mine with like food in my mouth, and then I immediately just like try to take off running.
Okay. Which direction are you heading in? Towards the town or into the woods?
Let's see what my intelligence is. Hold on. Cause oh yeah, fuck it. I'm running away from them, I guess. towards cover anywhere.
Okay. Yeah, Graz is actually going to chase after this dog, yelling, "That's mine! That's mine!"
Oh my god.
Suppose we should follow her.
Hold on, Graz, we're coming.
Right. Okay. Jurnis, you have Graz's character sheet, do you not?
I do. Give me.
Okay. Would you please give me a survival check with advantage? So you can try and track down this strange and mysterious creature.
Damn it.
22. Okay. That kind of meets the nat 20. I would say, dog, do you wish to be found or do you wish to be left alone for now?
I can be found. That's fine.
Okay. Okay. It takes a little bit, but you know, you're trying to. It's off the beaten path. You're going through bramble and you know, trees and everything. But eventually, you come to a little hollow and you see the dog just sort of like laying down, tail wagging, just happily nomming on the remains of Graz's food.
Mm-hmm.
I assume looking adorable.
Looking kind of guilty, but like not really. It's like the look dogs give you when they know they've done a bad, but it's like they did it out of self-preservation or, you know, out of their own self-interest. And they're like, I know I did good, but I'm hungry.
I had no choice. You left the chicken right there.
Exactly. You'll let me have this because you love me, right?
You left the chicken out. It could have been stolen, so I kept it safe in my stomach.
Exactly.
So, Graz is going to like lean forward and take the remains of a pack up, look through it, look very annoyed, and she's going to put it back over her shoulder. Dogs. I'm more of a cat person anyway.
How much did I get away
what?
with?
Say again.
Skullface is just smirking.
Just like, how much did it get away with?
Well, everything. Basically, all my rations, all my food, I had some... Well, I was going to share them with you, the brownies, so I'll be honest, that dog's probably not going on anywhere for a while. Yeah, dog, make a constitution saving throw, please.
Oh no!
Oh no, the dog ate the pop brownies.
Yes, it did.
What?
No chocolate in them.
No!
No chocolate.
Oh
Yeah, just give me a set. Just a
I get
constitution.
chocolate poisoning the first episode and I just die.
There was no chocolate in the brownies.
Oh my god.
Before, just
Plastic
as Graz mentioned the brownies, but it's just,
Oh my god.
People be able to. Why? What do you mean brownies?
Look, it's just they help me de-stress. They're to calm me down. Dog, you feel a little bit tired. Mechanically speaking, on your character sheet, I would like you to put down 1 point of exhaustion.
Okay.
Yeah. You are sleepy.
Damn
Oh,
it.
crap.
They didn't teach me about this in dog school.
They didn't.
Jurnis
Oh,
is
crap,
making
now
an
we're gonna
attempt to pet the puppy.
I allow the pets.
See little scritches behind the ears.
The tail just like thumps on the ground through the grass, like it's louder than you thought it would be.
I've also got to look and see if
great.
there's any indication of there being like an owner or anything like that.
Give me a investigation check.
Any collar or name on the sword belt or anything like that.
Oh, great. Now I've got somebody's dog off their tits on brownies.
To be fair, I have seen drunk dogs before, and it's usually hilarious.
Oh, you all thought this was a dark fantasy, bless your hearts.
Oh, just wait.
Yeah,
I'll
with
get
the
attached to this
13.
dog, and then something horrible will happen to it.
Husband, I messaged you on Discord.
Oh, okay. Well, the husband has 20 different things open.
Well, where do you want the deets?
Okay, DMs in regards to the game and everything, what you do, and again, this is a tutorial lesson, what you do is you do a /W, then a space, then GM, then a space, and then you send the message. Okay, so as you're looking over this dog, there doesn't seem to be any collar. The only thing any kind of, aside from its markings, seems to be the sword belt itself. There you go, Cream, that's absolutely correct, you got it. Looking at the sword... Hello?
I was just testing.
Yeah. Looking at the sword, it does seem to... It's one of those sheaths where it doesn't just, like, slot in. There's, like leather straps over it. It's sort of like a gun holster where it's sort of snapped in place. There does seem to be, like, a certain elven aesthetic in sort of, like, the handle and some of the detailing.
Hang on. Can Skullface do a history check?
You may.
Because he knows someone.
Does he? Who does he know?
1 second, let's find the history. What the bloody hell is it?
I'm just convinced this is some oblique Dark Souls reference.
70s. I would say with 7. It's up to you, DM. What do you reckon with 7?
What was it you were trying to remember? Because
He recalls a certain bonkers elf who recently helped the party get out of a tricky spot, who happens to have a habit of turning into a wolf.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You would not make that connection, I'm afraid.
Right.
No, you wouldn't. This, the runes, there does seem to be like very detailed etching on the hilt and everything, and it does seem to be elvish or sylvan, if anyone speaks that language.
Skullface does not.
Yeah, other than that, you can't really tell. You could try to unsheath the sword.
What do you think, Graz? A little bit of sword to pay back the stolen rations?
Jurnis, give me an insight check for Graz, please.
Sure.
Graz wants to see if this... Yeah, Graz is like... Yeah. Well, I mean... If it'll let you, sure. I don't see why not. I mean, it's not using the sword, is it?
I don't believe dogs can. But now I'm suspicious. I'm not entirely sure I want to touch it. Rex?
Skullface kind of shakes his head a little because he was seriously trying to make connection there, but well, I'm not really sure, to be honest. I mean, if one of us could speak Elven, it'd be useful, but I doubt any of us can.
Does Miss Courtesy? She's elf?
That is actually a very good question. Let me bring up Miss Curtis. Well, you think she's an elf. Let me bring up her character sheet. Because she's... Characters, Miss Courtesy... I'm 90% sure that her sheet was actually on roll 20. So there aren't any. Yeah, there's no stats here. I have no information. I'm gonna say she's gonna lean over you all and say, I'm sorry, but I have no idea what that is. It looks valuable, though. Other than that, I'm afraid I don't know. It's not really my area.
Can I just clarify that we're all currently sitting in a circle in the forest, contemplating whether or not to steal a sword from a dog?
And that's the vision that you walk in on, Tahu. You heard some noise. You were hanging around the town, the Forbrider town, looking for the people that you had a message to send to. You caught something out of the corner of your eye, and you saw them retreating back into the forest. I assume you would follow them?
Was that a question for me?
That was a question for Cream.
Oh, okay, sorry, my bad.
Yeah, it was for Tahu.
Sorry, I was coughing. You want to repeat, please?
Not a problem. So basically, you saw the people that you were told by Jasper to get in touch with. You saw them on the edge of town, and then they seemed to they started chasing a dog out of town. Did you follow them?
Yes.
Or did you just wait for them? Oh, okay. So yeah, basically, this is the scene that you see. Them all just sort of like sat in a semicircle around this really sleepy-looking dog with a sword on its back. So, what do you do?
Why is the dog sleeping?
He had special brownies by accident.
Yeah. Well, give me a perception check.
This is blood.
Yeah.
Right. Yes.
6. I guess it's late. It's kind of sleepy. You don't know.
Well, I'll just sit from afar and watch for the moment.
Okay.
So, I'll tell you what. Take the sword, we'll take the dog as well, okay?
Alright. Here, puppy. Come on. I'm just gonna try and coax the dog to follow.
Skullface is going to try and scoop the dog up.
Isn't this dog like the same
Does the
size?
dog allow this?
Dog decides to roll over on his back and make himself the weight of cement.
Skullface is still going to try and get his hands in underneath the dog's back and lift.
That's a magical power that all dogs have.
That is so true. Give me a strength check, please, Skullface.
Lucy also has this power to turn
Oh
into
Jesus,
creatures that
natural
don't matter.
20.
Okay, this dog is heavier than you'd think, and because of the size difference and everything, it is a bit of a surreal image seeing Wex Greenstride, Goblin Gunslinger, carrying this. The dog's basically his size, if not a bit bigger, plus the sword. It does seem really heavy, but no, you got it, man. You got it.
Right, well, can I see if you could please guide us somewhere we can settle down for the night?
Of course, follow me. And she leads you back out of the clearing, and I would assume in the general direction of... I'm going to remember the character's name eventually. In the direction of Tahoe. Are you remaining hidden?
Directly?
In your general direction. If you wanted to hide from them, you can roll a stealth check.
I wasn't hiding, but I guess my character's just naturally, I guess, kind of creepy, or it's a Kenzu or their crow, effectively, right? And I'm always going to be wearing a trench coat, so I'm kind of always looking like that shady little person, like just watching. But no, I'm not hidden. I'm just standing on the road watching you. No.
Okay. So basically, after all that's been going on, you guys saw like stop, turn around. There is a Kenku in a trench coat, just like half hidden by a tree, just looking at you. What do you do?
I'm sorry, can we help you?
Is this your dog?
Shake my head no. To the dog question.
Is
My
there
head
a reason
is also
you're
hurt.
creepily standing in the shadows in the trees watching us?
Nod my head.
Well, that's not disconcerting in any way, shape, or form.
It just kind of glance over to Aang and just do like the little be ready nod. It's like, care to tell us why?
I will then proceed to mimic cry the message that I had been relayed.
Okay. So this slightly creepy looking Kenku. So it takes half a step forward, his mouth opens, and then he instantly starts like the hand. If you don't mind me, doing this, it's like when you mimic. How do you feel about the fact that you would mimic not just this noise, but like the body language and the attitude, like you're emoting the person?
I would be mimicking it like a parrot would be mimicking you.
Okay, so it's more like a parrot. Okay, all right then, no problem.
Like a parrot or a crow mimicking what they heard back, like, but still relaying a message in full.
It's a slightly croakier version of the voice that you recognize, but you kind of are able to put two and two together and realize that this message is from your associate, Mr. Jasper Wilberforce Dismith, and it reads as thus. Hello. I hope you are all well. It's Jasper here. I've sent my associate Tahu here. He's a member of the college. I've got a little bit of information for you. Our mutual friend, the Night Thief, has been a little bit busy with my support. We have been able to acquire the items that you were wrongfully accused of having picked up, namely a certain book. For the record, I would recommend maybe avoiding the Siren Charter for a while. We kind of went into one of their private sanctums and re-liberated a few items in the process. Of course, my associate has their personal property returned, but also I believe that these items were of value to you. And at this point, you were asked to hand over 2 wrapped up bundles to the red tiefling. Do you do this?
I will take them out of my bag and hold them out.
Okay. In this Kenku's hands are a small black leather book and a blue round orb. Jurnis, you would recognize this. At least you would recognize the orb as the sending stone that the bandit leader that destroyed the town of Hacksmith gave to you.
Oh,
What do you do?
that thing. Shit. Oh, crap. She's gonna have to take it, isn't she? She doesn't want to, but she's probably gonna have to, or else they're gonna do some bullshit. So she will reluctantly take it back.
Do you take the book as well?
Yes. I assume this is the one I
Okay.
recognized from Aja that the kobold guy was looking for.
It is not. You take hold of the book and you turn it over in your hands, and you realize this is a black book. It's black bound. It's got black letters, black leather cover, and the pages themselves have a black. They're basically black paper. However, as you're flipping through it, this book isn't blank. The texture's different. The subtle pattern on the cover is different. You assume, given what you remember of your conversation with Aja in regards to her book being something from a family, you assume this is the actual book that the bandits wanted. And that there really was an unfortunate crossing of wires.
So she did steal the wrong book after all?
No. Aja stole her book, the book that she wanted. The bandits had the wrong information.
Ah.
So all of this was a massive misunderstanding.
Mm-hmm.
God damn it. And all it took was the slaughtering of a dozen innocents to get to that conclusion.
Yeah. I've got a question for you. What languages does Jurnis speak?
Common and infernal.
Okay. You do not recognize off the top of your head the writing in this book. It's in a sort of pale white silvery ink. Give me a... Let's call it history.
History.
Yeah, because you are a bard, you are a travel person. Okay, 19. It kind of reminds you of some of the writing that you see Dragonborn use on your travels. You can't read it, but it kind of has that similar sort of weird slant to the writing.
Huh. Interesting. I take it, our dear friend Smythe didn't tell you what exactly this book was. She asks the Kaku.
The second, do you play the second part of the message? The Queen?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
The Kenku starts mimicking again. And again, it's you can tell these are Jasper's words, but it's that sort of weird parody voice, which the DM cannot do, so he won't. Incidentally, I have absolutely no idea what this book is, but it seems to be in some sort of draconic script. From what I gather about that whole attack on Hacksmith and, your personal problem with that bandit group, this seems to be the thing that they're after. Now, while I know that the Siren Charter were rather interested in researching this kind of thing, well, in regards to that particular organization, I think you'll remember the conversation we had in regards to our feelings about them. Basically, fuck them, this is ours. And I think that you should, well, if what you do with it is up to you, but it should not be in the city. So,
fuck them, this is ours.
yes. So do with that as you will, my dear. And please do be careful. When you're available, if you can have a little sit-down chat with me, I would appreciate it, though. Things are a little hectic at the moment, and I might be a little unavailable for the next day or two. Do please be safe, be well, and in the meantime, my associate Tahu, I've asked him to keep an eye on you to make sure that you're safe and well. Okay, Tahu, that's it. I don't need you to record anymore. If you could just stop. And that's the end of the message.
Win. Love it.
Okay.
Tahoe, and I assume that's you.
Who?
I assume Jurnis knows what a Kenku is, right?
You've been about. You know about Kenku. You've been traveling the continent for the better part of. I think we established 3 to 5 years now.
Mm.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. So yeah, you know what a Kenku is.
Well, having conversations with you is going to be very interesting indeed.
Cool.
I believe that. So, Graz,
Yeah.
do you remember the unfortunate encounter we had at the former village?
Graz sort of like scratches her head for a moment. Would you make me a wisdom saving throw for Graz?
A wisdom saving throw for Graz? Sure.
Yeah. You're asking her to remember something. With a 9, she's like, "Oh, bandits. Yeah, the kobolds, flying thing. Weird. Oh, that thing. Oh, the. It was sort of like a dragonborn. It was. Oh God, that thing was creepy. It was so creepy. That voice. Oh, I hated it. And it had all the weird little metal bits on its face. Oh gosh.
Yes. This is what it was after. And this is what it was convinced I had stolen.
Skullface
Graz
just,
looks very scared.
Skullface just looks at the dog and just goes, "What have I got myself into?"
You've gotten yourself into a world of confusion and shit, my friend.
Okay.
Welcome to Voarcel.
So, no change there then.
So the question is, do we contact them with the orb and give it back? Or do we hide it from them and chuck the orb? I have a sneaky suspicion that if we do the latter, they'll hunt us down and kill us. Well, kill me at least.
So it's a question of either being shanked by some draconic creature.
Oh no, I
Organ.
won't be shanked by a draconic creature. It'll burn down any village, town, or city I'm in and hope I get crushed by the rubble.
In that case, I recommend we give them their book.
That's a good idea. You seem to be a little, burdened there. Should we perhaps go back to the hotel? Or an inn or tavern?
Yes.
Barn
we
behind a
should.
farm, somewhere.
Yes, that would be a very good idea.
I just would like to picture the dog has just been constantly licking Skullface's face through this entire conversation.
Is that what happened, dog?
Yes, I'm laying here. Well, I'm doing that, and then like occasionally I'll just loll my head to the side, like my tongue will hang out, and I'll just look at everyone.
That is adorable.
So you all head back to the town of Fabrida, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Courtesy eventually takes you to it's a fairly small tavern. Let's see. It's pretty quiet at this point. I said it's quiet. Stop the music. But there are a couple of people inside. Again, I didn't have time to set up this particular map, but I would say at this point.
I'm disappointed in you. DM.
Say again.
I'm disappointed in you, DM.
Why?
Not setting up a map.
It has been a week. It's been one heck of a week. But anyway, it's nothing like the Carditiro. It's fairly small. This is just like a small village inn type place. Only one floor, maybe some spare rooms off to the side, which courtesy has apparently been able to procure for you all while you were doing all that. As you sit down, I would say this, Shamiz, Icarus, you two have been making your own travels over the past month or so. The little nets that we have been dealing with. Those actually took place over the period of about a month or so previously. And at this point, you literally do meet in an inn. What has Shamiz been, doing in this tavern on her way towards the city?
I'm actually going to tell you.
Okay.
Unspeakable things.
Feeling a little bit peckish. You do have that itch.
Yes,
Back.
very much so.
Yes.
Well, my friend, here we are again.
I
Food
know.
everywhere, and none of it appetizing.
It's not the right scent, is there? Find
No,
something.
I don't suppose you can do anything about that.
Not now, but soon. When we get to the city. That beautiful city I've heard so much about.
I'm too tired to disagree right now.
Good. Soon.
Soon, my friend, soon.
Tomorrow we'll go by boat. There's a canal barge that takes us straight into the city. For now, patience. Patience. And then we'll
But
be
I'm
able
so hungry.
I know. So am I. So am I. Well, this is going.
Yes.
Icarus, you dropped off your charge, Dr. Lilius Nim, in the city of Sealmere. Sealmere, for the most part, that was a fairly interesting city. It was kind of built partially into a large hillside. There were these large white stone statues. It was kind of built up in terms of this large, almost like a dome structure. There was a lot of like elven ruins that it was built around. A lot of the actual villages and the general streets were built underneath this sort of domed column structure, if you can imagine that. The actual citadel itself, where most of the governmental work was done, was on basically the roof of the dome.
Yeah.
And it's one of the major trading ports in the area. A lot of people say that Sealmere is kind of the end of the true Forge lands. Everything else is not that interesting. But Dr. Nim, she nodded to you. She appreciated your support in dealing with those disgusting undead. And yes, she did have on her person a bag with several jars of various samples that she took along for the ride. And she gave you two things, actually. She gave you a business card, proof that you have her favor. So at certain points, you might be able to invoke her name when it's appropriate in the right medical circles in regards to dealing with matters of the undead. The second thing was a small purse. She appreciated the service. And she gave you 3 platinum pieces.
Ooh.
Add that to your list. She is a wealthy woman.
Very much so.
Skullface is going to kind of make his way over to the bar, still carrying this dog, to go to the bar. Excuse me, do you know if anyone has a dog? Found this one out on the road.
Tavern, the barkeep. Basically, this is a halfling man. There's this whole little there's a shelf system just behind the bar, so he can basically look at everybody, eye height. Leans forward. Oh, that thing. We've seen that around once or twice. It's been in the woods for like a day or two. The kids have been playing with it. Keep trying to, whenever people try and get hold of it, it kind of runs off. How did you get it?
Let's just say it got a little bit sleepy and I was able to pick it up.
I was going to say, yeah, it looks exhausted. Yeah, no, we're not too sure who it belongs to, but it has been seen around the area. But no, I mean, I'll be honest, if you want to sell it, I'll take it off you. I mean, you then see his wife as a human woman, or at least you assume is his wife, come up behind her and sort of give him a slap behind the head. We're not having any more pets. We've got 5 dogs as it is. There's shed everywhere, and you need to keep up cleaning on.
I heard her laughing in the background.
Yeah. He.
Scarface kind of gives him a sympathetic expression, and shakes his head. Nah, sir, I'll keep looking after him.
All right. But yeah, can I get you all anything?
Scarface kind of looks over to the others and is it to say, I have handfuls of dog. Can someone please order things?
You could just put the dog down.
Dog, someone just talked about putting you down. What do you do?
Yeah, good choice of words, Miss Springsinger. Skullface just marches over and basically foists the dog onto Jurnis.
Okay. And now I have a dog.
I pant right into her face and my breath is rank.
Oh god. You know what, let's just, she's gonna prestidigitate so that her breath, smells like roses.
Skullface goes over and orders some food and some drinks for everyone.
It is a good puppy.
Okay. Icarus, Shamiz, I would say both from your various ends of the bar, you would notice this display going on.
Yes.
This is a very eclectic bunch of people. What looks like an elf, as I say, I'll go through the description again. This is a colourful bunch and a dog. You are aware of them. There are mountain dogs, in the kingdom, but they're fairly rare. So this might be one of the first time you've actually seen a dog like this before.
Do I recognize it's a dog?
Yes, no. Again, because desert dogs, jackals, and everything, they are very, very common in your area of the Union.
So I'd like to say that, the moment the fellow mask wearer of a goblin...
He's not wearing a mask at the moment.
Okay, never mind. Screw that then.
Yeah, Wex is actually, you are currently presenting as yourself, which is a nice change of pace for you.
Well then, in that case, from the brooding corner of the tavern, seeing this motley crew come sauntering in does cause the dour paladin to raise an eyebrow. And see how much of a hodgepodge they are, he's going to actually use Divine Sense.
Okay, would you like to explain what Divine Sense?
Yes, the presence of strong evil registers on your senses like a noxious odor. And powerful good rings like heavenly music in your ears. You can detect such forces, blah blah blah, until the end of the
And now the dog is barking in my ear. Oh my god!
But yeah, until the end of my next turn, I know the location of any celestial fiends or undead within 60 feet.
Okay.
Calm down, pup. We'll get you some meat. Calm down.
Yeah.
Meat your dog as well.
You do So celestial fiends are undead. Okay. Now, do you have to distinguish one in particular, or is it just all of the above at once?
All of the above.
It's all of the above.
Okay.
Yeah.
You feel there is this presence for just a moment. There's like this cold chill on the back of your neck, but no, you must have been mistaken. You don't. Normally, when you've been in the presence of like evil, the undead, you can pinpoint exactly where it is, but it's just a bit of a draft that just came in there. In regards to the fiend, however, there does seem to be a little bit of a presence. There is a hint of something from the red-skinned tiefling, and a very, very vague sense from the pale elven woman. But in terms of an evil presence, you don't feel that. You do know, however, though, because of the very nature of what tieflings are, they are connected by blood to various infernal bloodlines. So it might be something to do with that. You don't know for sure, though.
A rather muddy reading, all things considered.
This is a very muddy world,
True that.
as you have learned.
Yes. What did I pick up from the elven woman exactly?
The elven woman, basically, you felt the best way to describe it is you picked up a certain tone from the red-skinned tiefling. It's like a very vibrant tone, almost like an aura, and a much, much paler version of the same thing from the elven-looking woman.
Is this related to alignment?
I'm just
Say again?
Sorry.
Is this related to alignment?
Yeah,
That's a good question.
No, as I understand it, it's literally just the type of being they are.
Yeah, no, it's
Yeah.
the type of entity.
Although,
I just
you
had that
did
asked.
describe me, what do I have? I do not have detect evil and good prepared, so
I believe it senses a type and general alignment, good, evil.
let's see. Blah, 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 blah.
Is there anything that we need to know about the Kenku's alignment, Cream?
Chaotic neutral.
Okay. Oh, there we go. Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah, it doesn't say.
I just wanted to ask anyways because I'm unfamiliar with a lot of paladin stuff.
Me too. This is a learning experience.
Well, you've got two paladins here, so
Yes.
Shamiz, for her part, is scanning the crowd back and forth slowly.
As you do that, your friend whispers at the back of your mind, "Interesting." When your eyes glance over the group that came in.
Shamiz looks away and says, "What is that, my friend?"
The smell from the red-skinned one. I would say that would be a first-generation tiefling.
And what does that mean to me?
Well, my dear.
No, that was me asking out of character.
You.
Does that
Out of
mean anything?
character. Give me a Arcana with advantage.
Advantage.
Or actually history with advantage, because actually your Arcana skill is a little bit low because of the way we allocate your stats.
Yep.
Yeah, 14. Okay, so tieflings are kind of well known in the Union, especially in your area. There's a lot of history involving tieflings and those with fell blood. The hell-touched, some would call them.
Yes.
The it's ancient history now, but the whole forming of the Union was based around driving them out of the area. They were trying to build a nation for themselves in the area where the Union now stands. In fact, the capital city of Unity itself was built on the remains of a fortress for a very powerful tiefling. The fact that this is a first generation tiefling, if your friend is correct, is interesting. That would imply that their parent would be a full blown devil or demon.
Is this something we want to get ourselves involved with, I wonder?
Well, here's the thing. These days, it's very hard to find a pure devil or demon. And the fact that one is around siring offspring is... That's interesting. Very interesting.
But
Perhaps we should introduce ourselves.
But
They
what
look like...
pretense?
Well, they look like mercenaries, swords for hire. It's an eclectic bunch. Perhaps we could employ them as bodyguards, assistants in a delve.
For a historian looking for an artifact.
Yes.
And Shamiz gets up and walks over and waits for an opportune moment in the conversation. She isn't going to interrupt, but she's going to just sort of slowly approach.
Okay. So, Icarus, you sensed what you sensed. Shamiz, you have been told what you've been told. What is the rest of the group doing right now?
Skullface is bringing back over the food and the drink.
All right then. So how much are you getting to feed everybody? Because we got how many people do we have now?
I'd say we've got about 6 people now.
Okay then. So if you want something a little Bartis, that's going to be 6 times 5 silver altogether for that.
Okay, so 6 times 5, that's 3 gold.
Yeah. So that is going to be 3 gold pieces. Bartender's going to appreciate that. The wife is instantly going to lean over the halfling, take the gold, and she's going to put it in the till, keeping one eye on him. And she's going to make sure that he delivers, the food over to you. Give me an insight check, just for the fun of it.
1 second. Insight. 21.
Yeah, you get the impression you've seen that activity before in wives that know their husbands have sticky fingers, and she is keeping a very close eye on him.
Rex kind of gives a smile as he remembers his own married life.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's a warm memory. Think of Lander and everything, and you think of the future with your daughter and the rest of the family. You've done good. And it's with that feeling in mind that you head over to the rest of the group.
He's going to kind of plonk himself down with food and just go, right, got everything, got a little bit of something for everyone. Kind of reaches to pet the dog, just goes, Daria, I didn't forget you.
Can I put this thing down now? Seriously, it has done nothing but fart since I picked it up.
Skullface just kind of gives her this look of you could have put the dog down at any time.
You were the one who said to code. You what? Here you go, Dougie.
You know, to be fair, I don't think it was going to run away, Red. I mean, it looks pretty wiped out. Trust me, it took my... and she sort of lowers her voice. It took my entire stash. That dog is going to sleep for a week.
Fine.
Are you guys in... Sorry, go ahead.
And Joe's just going to put the dog down. I am covered in dog hair. I suppose it's a nice change from cat hair. Just get glances over at Ang.
Is this a good place for Shamise to come in?
If she wishes, absolutely.
Oh, I mean, I don't. I want to let you guys do your conversation first.
Uh,
I assume so.
Seems like you've been given an entrance, D.
Yeah, there it is.
Okay.
Okay. So at this point, Shamise walks up. You see a woman with dressed in below average clothing. Looks like she has a pack of with desert gear in it. She has a what would maybe be a scarf across her face. It's tucked up a little high over her nose, and she approaches and says, "Pardon me for intruding, but I couldn't help but notice your group here. Are you perhaps mercenaries?"
Skullface kind of looks to Ang, then at Graz and Jurnis, and just kind of shrugs at them.
Well, we
Allow me to. Sorry, go ahead.
do seem to be between employment at the moment.
Allow me then to introduce myself. I'm Shamise Mill, a historian. I'm traveling to Cosval Grim in search of an artifact, and I was looking for some assistance from some bodyguards, mercenaries, whatever you might want to call yourselves. You seem like a capable group.
That may be.
She's
but,
like looking from person to person to person.
What kind of artifact are you looking for? And where precisely?
May I sit?
Of course. Don't mind the dog. Yeah, don't mind the dog.
No, that's all right. I love dogs. I find them absolutely lovely. And then she moves to pull up a chair if she can.
Question from the DM: was Shamise being genuine about that?
Yeah, she likes dogs.
Okay, good.
The fact that you
Then I won't kill him in the
asked me
first
that
session,
directly made me very, very curious.
And she sits down and she says, "Well, as for your question, that's just it. I'm not entirely sure. I know that I'm headed to Cosville Grim. I'm looking for something to do with star charts. I'm not sure if it's a map or an artifact itself, like an object, or a sextant. I don't really know yet. The trail ran cold, and beyond the fact that it's in Cosville Grim somewhere. And I've been traveling alone. My caravan barely survived a knoll attack. It was terrible. Which is a lie. So should I roll deception?
I'd say deception with advantage because it was a terrible attempt at an attack.
Yes.
23. Yeah. This poor woman was in the middle of this attack. Jurnis, I'd say you've encountered those. There are some in the general area, the general mainland of the continent. They seem to be more relegated to the northern side of the mountains, mainly places like the Union. Judging by this person's clothes, maybe she's from there, maybe not, you're not sure. But you've been around a bunch, so yeah, you would know that gnolls, they can be terrible.
Well, they can be vicious brutes. If you catch them with the wrong mood, yes.
I'm afraid they caught us. And at this point, she experimentally lowers her face mask. And if you'll give me a moment.
What do we see?
She's glorious! Yeah, for
Should
the
be
record, G,
sweet all along.
we've got your photograph key.
I know, it's coming. There we go.
Hey!
Oh my.
She pulls it down and says, "Sorry, I don't want to be rude. I just been through a lot. So as I said, I'm Shamiz Mill, and you all are expectant."
I am a Jurnis Spring singer, and these are my
Um,
companions.
Well, I'm delighted to meet all of you. And she looks to the others in case they want to introduce themselves. If they don't, she's sort of leaving it like a quick look, just to be polite.
Are you just going
Sorry,
to introduce
sorry.
yourselves?
This got a bit weird for me.
Yeah, Shamiz, if you could, G, if you could actually post a picture of Shamiz in the Discord player chat.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, and Aja, it might be because you're on your settings, your display settings for Roll20, you need to click Enable Chat Avatars, and that will show you the other players' icons.
Yeah, there she is in the player chat for y'all. Sorry about that. I didn't realize.
Okay.
No problem.
Well, I saw the icon, but she has her mask on, so I didn't see.
The icon is off now.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes Roll20 is a bit weird in some of the stuff that it displays to people.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
anyway, I showed that. So she's pulled it down, and that's, I would have, she does look a little hesitant, but she's just sort of like, okay, I'm gonna keep going with this, introduce myself.
So it's kind of looks good. Well, my name is.
You broke up, Sephi.
Yeah, you said your name is, and then stop. She leans
Scott,
over expectantly.
He's kind of taken aback about how close she's got. He goes, Skullface.
Ooh, that causes Shamiz to kind of jerk her head back and sort of like she shudders for a moment. Yeah, she gets a little shudder from that.
It's alright, calm down.
Going to inside.
By the way, nobody else can hear that voice. That is a voice for Shamiz alone.
Oh no,
I
I'm just
said
going
that as
insight.
well.
I'm insighting Shamiz's reaction.
Same.
Give me. Okay, the idea of, I think it's the best way to describe it is just the name itself just seems somewhat creepy and offensive.
Yes.
Yeah, the like skull face. It's just she's not trying to be rude. It's just, the term skull face just really kind of got to her for some reason.
Yeah, it's like, yikes.
Skullface kind of opens up his jacket to reveal the mask he usually wears, kind of hidden away.
I
had
see.
to, yeah, it's well, it gives me a little bit of protection, but also it was a means of concealing my identity.
So you're a performer
For
then?
various reasons. No, I am a mercenary. Well, technically I'm a mercenary. It's kind of hard to describe what I am now, to be honest.
Well, that's why that's fine. As I said, I'm hoping for some help getting to Cusville Grim. Traveling alone has been not the best experience, and if I could hire you in some capacity, I would be most appreciative. And she kind of calms down a little bit, like she's getting into the groove of the conversation now.
Skullface kind of looks around the group.
So does Shamiz.
Well, we are headed back to Coswell Grim in the morning.
traveling
Excellent.
alone can be a bit of a disconcerting experience.
I can pay you perhaps. How does a gold a day sound?
Skullface kind of looks rather group because it didn't take them. It took them less than a day to get here by canal boat. So
Yeah, the current voyage from here to the city itself is around. Oh my gosh! Don't do the snapping. Why you? No snap for you. It is about 33 miles. You did it in around 8 hours by canal.
Jurnis will just shrug. I don't see why not.
yeah, I reckon that's about fair.
That is such a relief. Are you staying here tonight?
That is the intention,
Okay.
yes.
So am I.
Icarus, would you give me a religion check?
Of course.
I'm
course, I'd
watching
like
this
to-
giant fluffy monster that is slowly taking form in the upper right of the map.
Yep. Uh-huh.
Oh, jeez. Well, didn't even see that. Also, I'd like to make it clear that I have been very interested in this motley crew, especially considering the strange readings I got off a lot of them.
Yeah.
One religion.
12.
Oh,
Okay.
really good.
With a 12, it's hard to put your finger on. You've travelled a bit, and you wouldn't say, you don't think it's bad, you don't think it's good. This is definitely a strange bunch that have an energy to them. There's something unique. You've never seen a group like this before.
No.
And they are hard to ignore.
Mm-hmm.
Are you listening in on this conversation, by the way?
Absolutely.
Perception with... Yeah, just a perception check. Make it disadvantage because you are in a fairly noisy tavern.
That's fair.
Small though it is.
I'm gonna use this goddamn setting thing. Okay. Perception. 8.
Yeah, you can't follow all the details. You heard something about archaeology, about hiring of protection, but you don't know where they're going. What do you do?
Well, I noticed the carrot you dangled there.
Yeah.
I was just gonna just keep an eye on them because I figured we were all heading to Cosmogrim. But hey, sure, why not? I'll offer my services.
Do I recognize what kind of person I'm looking at with Icarus?
Guess say Skullface. Would he recognise a symbol of a sepsis?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering for Shaniz.
Well,
And
let me just say this. So you basically are walking up to them.
Yeah.
I'd say this. The party has been fairly distracted, like with the situation with carrying dog, coming down from the high of, dealing with the Fabriders and all that jazz. You look over and you see this Aarakocra in this deep red painted chitinous armor, and it's like, how the hell did we miss this?
Yeah.
It's
To be
like,
fair, it's not painted.
fair enough.
I think the answer is Icarus has Highlander powers. We get the buzz, and then we look over and see the person in full body armor holding a sword.
Yeah. Well, it's not so much holding a sword. He's got I would say this: is the symbol on your shield? Is the shield on your back? Is it on your arm? Is it on your chest?
It's on his arm.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you would see this large Aarakocra, partially masked in strange chitinous armor, and a couple of you do recognize that symbol. I would like everyone except Skullface and Jurnis to roll a religion check because you instantly recognize that fucking symbol.
Oh, whoops! I did it with advantage.
Skullface is moving his hand very discreetly towards Letitia.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to roll stealth for that.
For me, we just want to go with the 5, Devillo.
Okay, yeah. For that case, in that case, Shamiz, religion may not be her strong suit, but because this is, I would say you would kind of recognize the armor of a roach because they come to the Union quite a bit. You may not have seen one yourself, but you've heard of them.
Okay.
But you, the religious symbol, that means nothing to you.
Mm.
Yeah, Skullface basically has Letitia unholstered, ready underneath his coat, underneath the table, just in case.
For the new players, would you like to explain who Letitia is?
Letitia is one of 2 lovely ladies that help Skullface deal with the bad people. Namely, a 4-chambered revolver he
Love
made
it.
himself. Recently made himself.
On that note, Dennis, may I make a perception check to notice the goblin reaching for his weapon?
Sure. Your perception check needs to be his dex of 17.
Of course. Oh, wait, hang on. Oh. Yeah, I'm not just normal. Just getting used to this new sheet, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's
Not
a...
happening.
Nope, you are focused on this weird energy of the group that you step forward to.
Yep. Greetings, my dear. He turns to he says to Khalees, I couldn't help but overhear that you are in the market for some protection.
Very much so. Very much so.
If you
The journey here was hard, and who might you be?
Ah, yes. I am Icarus, known as the Phoenix. I am a paladin of Obsessis and one of... I'm just checking my own book here, my own bio here. Queen Tukus's diplomatic envoys from...
Does it subset? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yes. I lost my train of thought now.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I'll just start from the beginning. I can deliver it better then. I am Icarus the Phoenix. I am a paladin sworn to the Church of Aseptis and one of Queen Tukus's diplomatic envoys. A roach, as we're affectionately known.
So, Shamiz,
Yeah.
you recognize the symbol, you do know the name, and I've just splashed up on the screen the general information about this fervently anti-undead faith.
Yes.
They're
And,
very, they're very hellfire.
Yes.
They are.
Skullface is kind of just looking at Icarus. He's kind of looking at him from under the brim of his hat, sort of.
Can I go with that roll there? The first one. I'm sorry, I keep doing advantage accidentally.
Oh, it's absolutely fine. It's absolutely fine. That's basically I always toggle it on and off as needed. But I'm as a player, I'm able to multitask a few things.
I'm getting used to it.
It's all good. We're all getting used to it.
Shamiz sits back in her chair. Sorry, go ahead.
Mm-hmm. After you.
Shamiz sits back in her chair and says, "There's a blinky pause, and then she says, "Well, I'm delighted to meet you, and I'm Chemise Mill, and yes, I am seeking assistance to get to Cosville.
All right, Dennis.
Yes.
Icarus must know the reputation his church has, so he must be able to pick up on the discomfort.
Oh, basically, you've had this ever since you left your kingdom, all the way through. Here's the thing. There are a lot of places where the asepsis, there are people, especially dwarves and, like other folk, they've welcomed you with open arms. They have been ecstatic that they've seen you because, undead. Anything to do with purging the undead, they hate the fact that there's undead all over the place. Like, as you have seen yourself, there's zombies and all sorts of stuff. They hate that shit.
Yeah. I hate that shit too.
Yeah. But every now and then you do notice people who sort of like do like the lean back kind of
Yep,
thing. It's like people who are not too keen on the whole fundamentalist burn kind of thing.
pretty much the vibe you're getting from Chemise, I would guess.
And Jurnis. Jurnis is giving you like a very stern glare at this moment.
There's no stern glare from Chemise, but there's sort of like, hello, Father Death. Hi.
Considering the last followers of this religion tried to kill Jurnis.
Referred to, I believe, as filthy twisted hellspawn.
Yep.
Yeah, at this point, Skullface is just looking at Icarus, still under his hat. He goes, I take it you're interested in entering Casville Grip.
Quite right, Master Goblin. I'm on a diplomatic mission for Queen Tugas. Nothing more, nothing less.
Word of advice. A couple of your brothers in the faith been causing a lot of trouble in Casville Grip recently.
Yes, I meant to ask about that, Dennis. Would Icarus be aware of this, or is this news to him?
This is news to you. Basically, we don't have, like radio or internet in this setting. It's a lot of it is like there are some magical means of sending information. Various like cities do have more of a high-speed communication system, but word of mouth is the main means of news.
Of course.
And you are from, I'm just going to bring you over to the map to give you a general idea. You are from around about... boop. You're from quite a ways away.
Yep. So news wouldn't get that far.
It would not. It would absolutely not. You know that there's this... You basically have the general bullet points of what the city is and the sort of people that live there and everything, but it is literally another country. You ain't got a clue.
Judging by that, I'd say some of my brothers got a little bit, shall we say, overexcited with their religious fervor.
Let's just say it involved a political coup that nearly blew up my hometown.
Ah!
At this point,
Literally tried to mass kill innocent people, yes.
At this point, Skullface flips his lapel over to reveal the warden's badge.
And then all this is being said, Chemise clearly calms down a little bit, and she's looking at Icarus, and she's sort of, that thing where like you're in a group and someone makes a political statement and then everyone else in the group disagrees with them and sort of like reproaches, and you feel a lot more calm knowing that you share the same view as the group. That's the vibe she's putting on right now.
Skullface kind of just looks at Icarus. Look, I ain't gonna pretend like every single follower of Sepsis is the same, okay? I'm just saying, be careful in the city, because you ain't exactly popular at the minute. As long as you leave the sanctuary sections alone, you'll be alright.
Oh, my friend, I have every intention of leaving things well enough alone. But should things go sour, I will be there to fix it. That's my job.
And it's my job to keep citizens safe.
And we're rather more alike than you may think, my friend.
And in that case, I'm grateful for your protection. The
Skullface
pay is 1 gold a day.
Skullface just discreetly holds the tissue at this point.
Mm-hmm.
So while all this is going on, that's a good question. Ang, and I am so sorry. One day I'll remember the name. What's your Kenku's name again, Cream?
Tahu.
Tahu. Okay. Yes. So Icarus. Ang Tahu. Is there anything you guys are doing during this conversation?
This is a smoking bar.
It actually is. Yeah.
I would be smoking if is weed illegal in this world?
Well, that is a very good question, which I actually do have an answer for. You probably missed a lot of the details earlier, but the goblin girl, the one with the shave cut at the side, she did seem to complain about the fact that her relaxation treats had got eaten by the dog.
I figured that was it. I just wanted to double confirm.
Yeah, it's one of those cases where there are materials available. However, this particular region, the dwarven lands are very litigious. It's not legal, but there are certain places where you can easily acquire it. It's just don't get caught with it.
Well, I would still just be smoking normally at this point.
Okay.
Place to kind of make Skullface kind of make Tahoe feel at ease, lights up his own cigars.
Okay. Anything else?
No, he just sat there, enjoying his food and his drink.
I think we don't speak.
Yeah. So it's just this Kenku's just like very just silently watching the group, having a cigarette in its little trench coat.
And we're still on the fence about you.
Who was that who was that aimed at?
The creepy Kenku in the trench coat.
Who?
Yes. Well, you're friends with Smythe, so I reckon we will be all right for now.
Quiet.
All right then. I'm going to get some alcohol. And Jurnis gets up and goes to the bar.
I think I'm
plenty. So
she says, "So what do you say we meet? Tomorrow? Do you want to start out? Are you leaving tomorrow morning? Are we leaving tonight? What were you planning on doing?"
Plan was to leave in the morning. So
that suits me fine. I need a bite to eat myself. So if you'll excuse me. And she stands up and says, "It's been absolutely delightful to meet you all, and I look forward to our adventure in the morning."
Okay.
And she moves to exit the bar. She moves to exit the entire tavern. First, she goes and gets a room, though.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
An inn as well, right? From what I heard.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. It's one floor, but there are a couple of rooms.
She arranges a suite.
Okay.
She wants comfort.
Skullface is still kind of freaked out at how close this rather lovely woman got to him.
Okay.
So, Skullface.
Jurnis would normally rib you about that and try and convince you to try your luck, but she's a little off-put by the Aarakocra.
Yeah. Not the time, y'all.
Mm-hmm. So I have a question. Is there anything that Shamiz is doing outside?
Yes.
Wait. Yes. Okay. did you want us to actually explain what happens?
Yeah, if you're good with it, I'm good with it.
Absolutely.
Do I need to roll anything?
Yes, I would like you to give me a, let's say, either survival or investigation with advantage, whichever one you have the highest score in.
Yes. It would be investigation. She is a historian, after all.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no!
Unfortunately, your friend is trying to help because, he wants to help.
Yes.
But unfortunately, he seems distracted. Those people. That tiefling. Interesting.
You know, at this
He is
point,
no help to you tonight.
I don't care. We need to find someone.
Are you going to try again and push your luck?
She is going to head to the darker wards, if there are any, the more dangerous places, the outer docks, the outer rings of the city.
Well,
She
but
is.
to clarify, this is not a city. This is like a small town / village.
Oh, it's a town. I thought it was a mini city on the way. Sorry.
No. This is a small
Okay.
population area.
Then she's going to circle outward in a spiral as best she can while navigating and try to get as outskirty as she can.
Okay. I would say that eventually, ironically enough, you're coming past the tavern again when you see one of the people making their way out. They're actually carrying a bunch of bags of trash. It seems to be the tavern keep, the halfling who was running the place. Seems to be taking out the trash and, dumping it a few streets away. A few buildings away, rather.
And then Shamise walks up and says, well, seems like people... Sorry, go ahead.
He drops the trash. You basically just came out of nowhere. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. What can I do for you, ma'am?
It seems we just keep running into each other. I saw you inside. You keep a well-managed tavern.
I try. If my wife had actually have my way, it would have a few more bells and whistles. But he give me a basic insight check.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now he just looks like he's a little flustered. He's sort of like brushing his hair back a little, trying to straighten himself out. But other than that, no idea.
And there's a moment of just the briefest pause, and then Shamise says, "I have to admit, I was trying to catch your eye all night, and you didn't notice me."
No. I noticed. This slightly greasy-haired halfling dude looked very keen. All of a sudden, he's like, "No! I was watching. My wife, she's constantly on my back. It's like, look, I kind of married her so I could keep the tavern. It's like, her father owns the bank here and all that. Or at least he used to until Four Briders bought the whole town. But how can I help you, ma'am? This guy's a little weasel.
Yeah.
Just
So she says, "Oh, that's a shame. Your wife is always on your back."
But I'm my own man. I do what I want.
Would you like to put me on mine?
Give me a persuasion with advantage. Yeah, just persuasion advantage. I just want to see if you roll in that one. Okay, this dude is going to go wherever you want, no questions asked. So you may dictate the terms of what happens next, my dear.
Do you know somewhere quiet?
Oh yeah, no, there's the old shed, down this way. Nobody goes there. So
That sounds
romantic.
perfect.
Taking someone to a freaking shed. Ugh. But yeah, seriously, he leads you down. Basically, it's on the outskirts of the town. It's where things start to slope down a little bit. There's several different. The path kind of winds down away from the view of most buildings, and sort of halfway in the trees, there is kind of like this series of different sheds, like small structures, and he does kind of lead you in there. You get the feeling he's done this before, and it is a bit of a dingy, unpleasant-looking place. But you see him like fumble with a key on his belt, and he opens the door and pushes you inside, looking very sweaty and excited.
Now I assume my spells have come back at this point, right?
Oh yeah, all of the combat and all of the damage that you took was a couple of weeks to a month ago.
And then she says, she looks around. She says, "Do you want to be savage with me on the floor?"
Okay, this guy is this is a dude in his middle ages. You saw like 50-ish, like balding, slightly overweight.
Yep.
Like greasy tavern owner, and he's just like, it's Christmas. He's like, oh, it's my, oh yes, absolutely. Oh, I'm a beast. Oh yes.
And so matter of factly, Shamise lies down, and then at the appropriate moment.
Okay. At the appropriate moment, you just. So he needs to make a wisdom saving throw. Let's just roll that. Okay. You have this slightly overweight halfling dude. He's just as he's about to move on top of you, he just sort of like. You see his expression sort of change, look a bit confused, and he's just like completely still.
Yeah, she blows sand at him, just like where there didn't seem to be sand in her hand. She just goes, and then he's completely still. At which point she leans over, tries to roll him over, and says, "Oh, we are going to have a good time." And then I have one more thing to post to the thing, if I can get to it.
Sure.
Where is it? Here it is.
Knew it.
Okay.
And do we want to leave her off there?
I think that is an excellent place to leave it for tonight. With one final roll.
Yeah.
One very final roll. Mads. I'm sorry, I'm calling you Mads because, well, let's be honest. Shamise.
Shamise is very calm and has it all together.
Yes, she does.
Yes.
Very different from Mads.
Very different from Mads.
I would like you, Shamise. What is your passive perception?
Passive perception. I'm looking for it. Where is it on this new sheet? I used to know it. Oh, 9. 9. It's not high.
And it's not. Okay, then. Well, I would say this: as the camera pans up from the shed, as sounds emanate from there that no mortal ear really wants to hear. It pans back over the more active village of Febrida, the music, the town, the people in the tavern enjoying themselves, the people inside getting to know each other a little bit. And as the camera continues to pan up further into the night sky, the black mountains of the Wraith Cliffs in the distance, we see a very, very, very large shape lazily drifting through the sky. And that, my dear friends, is going to be that.
Okay.
That was our session 0 for season 3
Session
of
0.
Voarcel.
Not bad.
Little world built by me. It was very. I apologize 1,000 times for all the, the starting, some of the technical issues, and especially I would like to apologize for the DM being a little bit unprepared, or at least having to double check and try and improv stuff off the fly. I like to think that things got much better when we actually got to our main crew and everything, but I wanted all of our players to have their own little introductions, their own little vignettes, and have little things to do. It's good to be back. It is good to be back, and I hope that everyone enjoyed that.
Oh yeah, it was great.
Oh, I absolutely did.
Wait.
Oh, this is gonna be.
Yeah, I gotta say that was fun to listen to.
I love being a problematic one for a change.
So, questions, comments, and theories, because there was quite a lot of lore dumping going on
Yes.
in more
Much.
subtle ways than we usually do.
So I'm just gonna add like several more targets to Jurnis's back there.
Yeah.
Don't worry. Shamis will help you.
And here's the thing, and I do feel bad about it as the DM, but you are a first generation tiefling.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That is not a common thing. And that is the sort of thing that can be noticed by certain creatures.
My friend.
Evidently. And I am very curious about that. I'm also exceptionally curious as to why Meg is a dog.
Yeah. What
Hey.
the hell is that story?
I have a question for DM. I rolled check for befriending dog.
Oh, you actually did, didn't you? Yes. Okay, hey, dog,
Yes.
how do you... Right, because that was a 19. So this smoking kenku is basically like a short bird person, like a crow or a raven. So, was this a cigarette or was this a cigar?
Just a cigar.
A cigar, okay. Raven with a cigar and a trench coat. They were trying to pet you, and again, that's a high roll. But how does Dog react to this?
At the I got the spider. Okay.
Nice. Hooray, hooray.
Finally. Okay.
I would
yeah,
also be courteous of not be blowing the smoke in your face or anything, but like be petting you and giving you attention.
Aww.
Oh.
Befriending
The
the
dog's
dog.
already high anyway. Doesn't need any more.
Well, that's why I would not be blowing smoke in its face.
Right.
I am just
I-
befriending dog.
I will accept this friendship.
Oh.
Right.
I made a friend too.
And you're gonna make a meal out of it, aren't you?
Uh-huh.
Literally.
Yep.
I loved when you said, I knew it!
I was like, waiting for it. I'm waiting for it. Yep, there it is.
So, how did everyone feel about the unexpected cameo of mass murdering psychopath in hiding?
Yeah.
I wasn't
Yeah.
expecting that.
Mm.
That was
I must
interesting.
say, this is the second time a character of mine has played bodyguard to Nim.
All I could think of is Nim leaving the tavern and everybody being like, oh, whew, sure I'm glad that the vicious murderer is... Oh, look, hi, Shamis!
Oh, when is next session?
Mm. Oh, next session should be same time next Thursday.
To be
love
fair, yes, it is
I
a
love-
plan.
I loved
Yeah, we're
how
pretty
shocked
consistent on
you
that.
were. I loved how shocked you were, Dennis, that Icarus managed to befriend Nim.
Yeah.
I know of like she actually respected that. She's like, oh, I can use you, and I like your attitude. You have a good. You don't care what I get up to. I like that.
Wow.
That's useful. For the record, those who don't know, there was a one-shot that we did a little while ago where we first introduced Mads, actually, and Dr. Nim, and she is one of the most vile and evil characters I've ever created. And she is known throughout all of Voarcel as she's a very well-known person who builds hospitals. She's a healer, a medical professional who apparently has a very keen interest in the undead and extension of life.
Yes. I'm really curious what I forget who it was. Who was it that detect? Was it you, Cooper, who detected all the weird stuff?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I want to know what that. I want to know what the chill and all that was about.
Would you like me to drop a hint to that while we're on stream, or
if you want to?
I mean, you have a very special friend, Jurnis.
Yeah, I figured that's what it was.
A very, very, very useful friend.
Helps me every day.
He does indeed.
Mm-hmm.
And she's gonna make her way right back. You know, she's gonna get cleaned up, and go right back to the tavern and up the stairs. I am exhausted, slump on the bed. You know, she's gonna.
I absolutely love what you did with that the chef tray. Oh my gosh, it was glorious. Unfortunately, we were unable to shoot Jurnis in the ass, so that little bit a year ago does not come to pass. That's unfortunate.
With the future, the prophecy.
Yes, proof that the prophecy can change.
Yes.
And let me see now. Yes, so we have hints that things are going wrong with the August Sanctum.
Yes.
The Assassin Guild. That's still ongoing. There are things going on with, the general region itself. The undead are still around. You know, the little zoblins from the very first episode, they're back. Also, I'm going to say this right now because we were unable to get Lizzie on Thursdays because of her work schedule and everything. Miss Courtesy and Jurnis seem to have something in common, and I will say this right now because we're basically going to be saying goodbye to a couple of characters. Miss Courtesy is a tiefling. She's not an elf.
I fucking knew it!
Yeah, she's actually a tiefling. Most of Liz's characters are tieflings because the name, Courtesy, Anarchy, it's all their, what do you call it? It's a certain type of name.
Naming convention?
Yeah, no, tieflings have a very particular naming convention, like Jester. You know, it's who they are as a name.
Yeah.
Because we established in the previous season that her real name is not Courtesy. Christina whispered it to her.
Holly. I said, and Holly.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just starting to feel a little bit left out now.
Well, you've got Spring.
True.
That wasn't the name you were born with.
It wasn't, no.
I
was given to her by someone very precious.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
I don't know why you're
He's still out there, you
know. No, it was Peminor who named her Spring Singer.
Oh no, I know that. I was about to say, the person who did that to you, he's still out there, you know, and he thinks about you a lot.
Oh God damn it!
Anyway, that was session 0. Thank you so much for helping, for bearing with us with the technical stuff and all that. I will say, I do hope that, especially when it comes to the combat and everything, Roll20 behaves itself a little more. The fact that I'm pushing a button and it's got a 20-second delay.
That's just awful.
It's bad. It's a bit stressful, but we're going to try and get through it. But I will say this: as soon as we got back to the RP with the characters and everything, I think, yeah, I loved it. I loved it so much. Oh, final thing. There's something flapping up there in the sky. I wonder what that is.
That's the goddamn thing coming for Jurnis.
Tune in next week for episode 1 to find out.
Goodbye,
Well,
everybody.